very least that we can say is that nobody in America goes.
The Pied Piper Bernie Sanders for the middle class. What a GOP wants to put our interests last. He's gonna give it to you raw, no hesitation. With the right ideas to lead this great nation. No handouts, no special interest groups. He don't lie to give votes, he's telling you the truth. And while the media wants to downplay him, he's still gonna fight. Tell him all he ain't playing. Push him for higher wages so we all can feed our families. The only one I know who can conquer this insanity of this Wall Street bickering, belittling the poor. Dollar bills, only thing they considering. When people need health care, kids need school. When it comes to politics, Bernie's breaking rules. No attack gets on the competition's needed. He's running on the facts and it's something that we needed. Feel the burn, make him feel the burn. All the way to the White House, feel the burn. Feel the burn, make him feel the burn. Till the haters on the right, they can feel the burn. Feel the burn, make them feel the burn. All the way to the White House, feel the burn. Feel the burn, make them feel the burn. So the haters on the left, they can feel the burn. Yeah. You see him scared shook, he's a democratic socialist, but they don't even know what it means.
Good morning, good day around the world, everyone, and welcome to Revolution, Iowa, from protest to power with Bernie Sanders and featured speaker Alicia Garza. Thank you all for being here today. It is early on the West Coast, but that's okay. We get up any time in the morning to see Bernie Sanders and to rise for protest and figure out how to change that protest over to power. Thank you all for being here. This is a collaboration between Iowa Community for Citizens Improvement, or Citizens for Community Improvement, pardon me. Our Revolution is involved with this, National Nurses United, and us. Uphill Media. A lot of other groups gotten together to put this together. This reminds me of the Bernie Sanders primaries, and I am very excited to be here with you guys today. Thank you all for joining us. We've got about 5 minutes or so, 10 minutes before this starts. Scott Galindez is down there with the live view solo. Let me show you that shot. Let me go with Scott there. That's back room. Hang on. There we go. That's the event right now. And they just got some background music going. I'm waiting for that to get started. It will start on time, according to Scott. And let's take a look at the event schedule. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? Hey, Darcy and John and Kendra and Metalhead and Dennis. We have Dennis and Marcus and Laura live and good with us here today in the back room, hanging out with us. And they will be guiding the chat and checking the hashtag RevIA. That's what I'll be tracking today. So if you want to put messages out there, have a conversation with us, here, I'll just push that up. RevIA, we'll be tracking that right now. Really cool about this, I actually have the questions. Earlier, they pushed out a message on Iowa CCI, pushed out a message saying if you had a question for Bernie Sanders, ask Bernie. I've got those questions loaded. We've been working together here, so I can show them on screen when that happens later today. Bernie doesn't speak until about 1 p.m., 2 p.m. our time. We'll take a look at the schedule, but he's not till the end of the day. He's the final keynote speaker. Opening for us will be Alicia Garza, and we're going to talk about that right now. Give me 1 second here. That's not the shot we're looking for. That camera shot you're seeing right there is actually looking into that's just at the event right now. We're going to be doing some interviews, I hope, at lunchtime with some people who sit down with us from Google Hangout. So it'll be exciting. Hey, Melissa H. Hey, Citravain. How are you? RevIA. Exactly. Thank you, sir. Darcy Liz, who likes chickpeas? I don't have a problem with chickpeas. You? Anyway, let's take a look at the schedule of events. There we go. So this opens up with, they've got registration there. At 9 o'clock, we start with the morning plenary, welcome and kickoff video, and then Alicia Garza will be the keynote with Q&A. After that, they'll do workshop pitches. There are 6 workshops. The same 6 workshops happen in the morning as we do in the afternoon, so you get your chance to see or to go to 2 of them. And we will be doing, these are the workshops we will be hitting. Our, where'd he go? Where's Michael Lighty? Well, my Michael Lighty, there you go. There's Michael Lighty. I had to find the right card there. It moved. So this is Michael Lighty right here. We're going to open with him at Fight for Our Lives, Medicare for All in room 108. And then we will go, in the afternoon, we will hear Erica Andiola, Undocumented, Unafraid, Rising Up in a Divided America, room 106. So those are the two workshops that we'll be carrying. There's a lunch break in between. And then after that, the afternoon schedule, there's an afternoon plenary, to move folks that. There's victory stories that happen around 2:10, afternoon kickoff, victory stories, and they'll do a little money pitch, membership pitch. And then Bernie Sanders' keynote will start at 3 p.m. That's 3 p.m. Central Time, so 1 p.m. Pacific Time. And that's going to run, he has about a 30-minute rally speech, and then he'll be taking questions. And actually, I have the questions that were posted, so we'll be able to see those questions. It'll be a really good thing. So excited. Thank you all for being here today. Looks like they're just getting ready to, people are sitting down.
I am not throwing away my shot. I am not
See
throwing
that?
away my shot.
Really nice setup today. It's a good morning for a rally. It's really excited. It feels good. They put a lot of work into this, and we are looking forward to hearing what they have to say. Thank you all for being here. Remember, you can get this Our Revolution. Good morning, all 33 of you current viewers. Our Revolution will be picking up the clean stream of this and broadcasting it on one of their pages, so you can watch this there. I believe the Digital Left is going to push this out to Facebook as well. Watch it with us right here on YouTube, Uphill Media. Thank you for joining us. Marcus, Laura, how you guys doing? I feel all alone in here. You guys aren't going to talk at all? You can.
You can hear us now?
I could hear you before.
Okay.
Good morning, guys.
I thought you muted us.
No. You. There, looking at that great shot. I told you I got Marcus with us today. Marcus joining us from Germany.
Yeah, and as usual, good morning, and really good morning, America.
Absolutely, yeah, this is going to be fun. And we've got Dennis. Thank you for joining us, Dennis. And we have...
Good morning, everyone. I have my cigarette, I have my black tea by my side, so it will be a really good day today.
Yeah, and we have...
Enjoy the broadcast.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you for joining us all the way from Germany. I appreciate it. And, of course, we have Laura live and good with us, who will be our main comment mod. Thank you for joining us, Laura.
Thank you for being here. All the 40 of you watching now. This is great. I woke up this morning, realized that I could spend the day with all of you, so let's make it a good one.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Just got a few minutes to go, everybody. I'm just filling time. I do have some videos to run later. I've got some videos from the People's Summit that was a month ago. Some really good stuff to run. Some clips that were cut out by At Home Activism on Randy Bryce and Paula Swearingen. We're running those later today in between breaks. There's a few 10-minute gaps between things as they move people around and different stuff. So I'll be trying to fill that with you. And I've got some tunes to listen to. Even have a really cool... and check this out. We can watch... we can look at... this is... what is this? Moudica. Very interesting background sets. We can run. I've been all excited about this. Laura Liven goes like, whatever.
That was a good one. Just the tweets don't show up against some of the, more complex forest scenes, but I love them.
I know.
So those are GIFs?
No, those are just, I don't know what, those are just good HD motion backgrounds from this movie.
Yeah.
It's really cool, but I could run that. So I've got that stuff to do in the meantime.
Let's continue.
Like I said, they're just getting ready to go here. Just got a few minutes left. It turned 7 on the dot right now. There's nurses down there. They're going to make sure it happens. Michael Lighty's with National Nurses United. Alicia Garza, one of the founders of Black Lives Matter, he's speaking. And excited about that. Look at that. This is an important link. I wanted to talk about this link. CCIAction.org/give. These guys put on an amazing program, and they did last year, and Scott works with them directly. We have a lot of communication with CCI Iowa. Iowa's a pretty big battleground state for us as progressives. We really need to take back Iowa, and there's a lot of activity going on there. If you can help out, if you're in Iowa, you want to donate to this organization, they could use your help, and they do a really good job of bringing Bernie Sanders to Iowa. And that is great for us because we like broadcasting Bernie Sanders. So anything you can do, any way you can help, that would be really great. CCIAction.org/give. I said our keynote speaker this morning, after they do the morning welcome and the video, will be Alicia Garza. She's co-founder Black Lives Matter, Special Projects Director for the National Domestic Workers Alliance. And thank you, Marcus Krantz, for pulling up bio information on all of these people that we're going to talk with today, or talk about. What are you laughing at, Laura?
Are you inside?
Who's asking if I'm inside?
No, it's the video, the audio I'm getting from the.
Oh.
You have my pass. Can you hear that guy?
Yeah.
Oh, you're listening. You're listening to Scott Galindez.
Yeah.
So, if you guys want to, I just did this. You can install Hangout Toolbox and you can mute that. I've got that muted, so we don't have to listen. There.
It's kind of amusing.
We have a back. So we have a direct. We've got a laptop sitting in a nice room back there at the event, and hopefully during lunch break we'll be able to interview some people coming in and out. But I don't know who. We don't know who's going to be available. It's lunch. So
Tom Fegan's around. I'll message Tom Fegan.
Oh,
he
yeah.
He wanted to stop in on that. Oh, thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, let's see if we can get Tom in. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Tom will come hang.
Oh, they come hang. You guys remember Tom Fegan? Right, he ran for Senate during the Bernie primaries. He was the first person really to stand up publicly and endorse Bernie Sanders. And he did it at the Jefferson Jackson dinner. And there were 3 Democrats there at the Jefferson Jackson dinner that were supposed to get on stage together. Tom had a prepared speech in which he was going to endorse Bernie Sanders. And the DNC told him, nope, you're not going to read that. And so as he walked up on stage, pissed, he grabbed a Feel the Burn sign from somebody in the audience, and he walked up on stage and just held it up high. And the woman who was in charge of that, she was looking at him like, you could see she was smiling like, I can't not smile because I'm on stage, but I wish I could kill you right now. And it was just the most beautiful thing ever, and that was some of the best footage. That right there.
He said that she hasn't talked to him since.
Right,
that day, since that moment.
That's true. Yeah, I forgot about that.
And he deserved his name now, Tom Badass Fegan.
Yes, he does. Tom Badass Fegan. It was an awesome moment, Melissa H. It really was.
Yes.
You saw the TNT. What, Dennis?
A man with a spine in his body.
Yes. We do.
So the times that he'd be available would be during that lunch break and that afternoon break. Is that the deal?
Yeah. I mean, I don't really have an actual.
That would be the best time.
Yeah. Great.
Okay.
Yeah, that works. Hey, everybody. Hi, Kat. Jeffrey. It was the best sign ever. I agree with that. Really, we're just sitting here kicking it, waiting.
Do we know the name of the room that Scott's in, or should I ask him, like the name or number or location?
Well, he'll be in the first breakout room.
Okay, perfect.
Right now, he's in the main room on the riser. If Tom wants to go find him.
Okay. But in terms of where the laptop is for the Google Hangout interviews, that would be in.
All right. Well, here we are. Just got a few minutes left. So what have you guys been doing? What have you guys been doing on the ground in your town? That's my question. Right? We've learned that this is all about ground game. We can't control the people in power at the top until we put our people in power at the top. And we can't put our people at the power and top until we take control of things on the ground in our local area. So how's the ground game going for you guys? What's going on in your state? What's going on in your city, in your county? I know what's going on with mine. I finally got involved. I became a precinct committee person a few months ago. I've been working with the Lynn County Democratic Party, learning how that goes or doesn't go sometimes, and got involved with the Progressive Democratic Party of Oregon, which is a caucus. It's a separate group started by a guy named Larry Taylor. And, I think we're starting. Here we go. Welcome, everybody. Revolution, Iowa, from protest to power.
Let's get revolution started! Let's get this thing started, CCI Action Fund style. Here we go! Everybody on your feet! Yeah, let's hear it, CCI Action! Yeah! You're looking good. Repeat after me. We are unstoppable. Another world is possible. Hear it. We are unstoppable. Another world is possible. 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 Way to go! Yeah! Welcome, everybody. My name is Cherie Mortiz. I am a retired public school teacher, public education, and C3 board president of Iowa CCI.
Welcome, justice fighters. Welcome, water protectors, movement politics candidates, pipeline fighters, water protectors, Black Lives Matter activists, workers, dreamers, immigrants, Medicare for all activists, indigenous and native people, people who believe that another world is possible. My name is Barb Kaba. I'm a fourth-generation family farmer and registered nurse from Adair County, and I'm board chair of Iowa CCI Action Fund.
I want to thank you all for joining us today. But first of all, I want to take a quick survey. So tell me, if you are here for an exciting day of justice, say, yes, I am.
Yes, I am.
If you are fired up to hear from real movers and doers and our movement to take back our democracy, say, yes, I am.
Yes, I am.
If you are excited to hear from Alicia Garza, a co-founder of Black Lives Matter, say, yes, I am.
Yes, I
am. And if you are ready to welcome Bernie Sanders back to the great state of Iowa, where he launched his campaign for president, say, yes, I am.
Yes, I am.
Today is about uniting to build power. We need to take ownership of our communities in our state to capture political seats and influence. We need a government, an economy, and a political system that works for all of us, not just the protected, privileged, and greedy 1%. We believe in a people and planet first Iowa. What does that mean? People before profits? Planet before pollution, and communities before corporations.
You know, big corporations want us to fight each other rather than our common enemy, a system where a few profit off the backs of the rest of us. That ain't right. CCI Action believes in the power of people. Now listen carefully. I'm going to count to 3, and after I do, you need to turn to your neighbor and say, we are the power. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. We are the power. We believe that when we come together, we are unstoppable. We have a vision for Iowa where we are the ones making the decisions about our own communities, where government works for all of us. CCI Action was formed as an individual political sister organization to Iowa CCI, which is a 42-year-old grassroots organization. We have members across the state, and we believe in empowering our communities to take on big money interests that impact our lives. For example,
when Trump tries to deport immigrant brothers and sisters,
or when the legislature tries to pass anti-immigrant bills like "you're not welcome here" policy,
we rise up.
When Big Ag tries to suck the life out of rural communities and tries to block common sense water protections.
When they pollute our waters and then make us, the taxpayers, pay for it, we rise up.
When laws are passed like Stand Your Ground.
We know it's just a license to kill people of color.
We rise up.
We need an increase in minimum wage. We can't survive on $7.25 or $8.75 or $10.10.
When big money starves our families with poverty wages, we rise up.
When Republicans try to make it harder for people to vote with policies like voter ID,
and when big corporations buy our elections to advance their power,
we rise up.
When big oil companies like Dakota Access try to steal our land and destroy indigenous sovereignty,
while polluting our water and destroying our planet,
we rise up.
When greedy banks trap us in a system of debt and poverty with payday loans and subprime mortgages.
When political kingpins like Bruce Rastatter and the Board of Regents raise tuition, expanding the paralyzing cycle of student debt,
we rise up.
When big pharma and insurance companies try to take away our access to health care,
when our governor closes our mental health facilities throughout the state of Iowa, we
rise up.
When we finally realize that the only politicians we can agree with 100%, we run for office,
nos postulamos,
we take over,
tomamos las riendas,
we rise up,
nos levantamos,
we build an Iowa that works for all of us. We rise up. 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 We rise
up. We are young, old, rural, urban, black, white, brown, LGBTQ, veterans, and everything in between. But we all have one vision in common. We need to build people power to take control of our communities. Run for boards and commissions, county and state legislator seats. Nobody's going to do this for us. The time is now. This is our revolution. This is our time.
Right.
This is the path to victory. Because we know change happens when we come together. This is how change happens. Uniting and building people power to take on money power and win control of our communities, towns, and neighborhoods. We are not afraid to go toe-to-toe with big corporations. Whether it's big ag, big oil, big pharma, or the big banks, we are here today, standing fearlessly in unity, responding to the call of action, ready to fight business as usual politics. But They want us to fight each other. They want us to tear each other down. They want to divide us and make us feel powerless.
But when we join together, we are unstoppable.
We are unstoppable. Another world is possible. We are unstoppable. Another world is possible. We are unstoppable. Another world is possible. We are unstoppable. Another world is possible.
We can win a living wage of at least $15 an hour. We can have an independent family farm system that is healthy for soil and healthy for communities. We can end racial profiling and attacks on people of color. We can transition from 100% to 100% renewable energy and create good-paying green jobs while we do it. We can build communities where everyone is welcome, where everyone has food in the fridge, and everyone can go to the doctor when they're sick.
This is our Iowa. We have resisted and protested their attacks, but now it is time to build our power. We move forward, bigger and bolder, louder and prouder, stronger than ever. I salute you, Justice Warriors!
Welcome to CCI Action's 2017 convention, Revolution Iowa, from protest to power.
Well, that was a wonderful opening there. A lot of people there, and just a great shot. Thank you, Scott Galindez, for giving us that pan and showing us how many people were in the audience. It's fantastic. Everybody's riled up. There we go. Now he's moving around. Opening video. Getting that ready to go. Remember, cciaction.org/give.
A big thank you to CCI and CCI Action board members for helping us kick off Revolution Iowa. As I said earlier, my name is Barb Kaba. I'm a fourth-generation family farmer and a registered nurse from Adair County. In 2002, I joined Iowa CCI, and I now serve as the chair of Iowa CCI Action Fund. It is great to see hundreds of people here from across the state of Iowa, and we're all here for different reasons. Some of us are Black Lives Matter activists. Is anybody out there? There you go. Some of us are immigration activists working for change. Are you out there? Some of us are worried about clean water, climate change, collective bargaining, and the withering away of Iowa's small towns and family farms. Some of us are long-term activists and CCI Fund activists, and we believe that another world is possible. Are you out there? Bet you are. And some people are here to see and be recharged by Bernie Sanders. Let's hear from you. Well, whatever your reason, it is clear that something is terribly wrong with politics today. We see the evidence everywhere, from our local communities to the national level. Here in Iowa, we see 750 polluted waterways, up from 212 back in 2002. We see collective bargaining destroyed by our Iowa legislature. We see minimal mental health care. We see poverty wages. We see tax breaks for corporations while our communities struggle. We watch our small towns and family farms wither on the vine, and now tax revenues are in deficit here in the state of Iowa. Clearly, something isn't working. At the national level, we see a decline in worker wages and benefits. We see tax breaks for the wealthy and corporations. We see threats to eminent domain. We see deregulation of industry, schools deteriorating, power taken away from you and me. And we've also watched persistent signs of climate change. Well, the Koch brothers have shown no signs of slowing the spigot of money to buy politicians at all levels. Allowing unlimited amounts of money into the political system wasn't a goal. It was a power shift to achieve a goal. President Trump's voter and travel restrictions are not a goal. It's a power shift to advance an agenda. Destroying unions not only lowers wages and benefits, it's a power shift to destroy workers' ability to interact in policy and politics. As a result of these power shifts, we see a breakdown in education, in environmental protection, in health care, in our infrastructure. All things that were designed to reflect our caring for each other, of our shared fate as Americans. Well, I mean to fight back. The 2016 campaign of Bernie Sanders inspired tens of thousands of Iowans around a message of strong economic justice. He pushed the importance of building a people's movement, that's you and me, to challenge big money and business as usual politics. Remember, issue campaigns, not establishment politics, builds power. An issue campaign is something that draws people together around a common vision, a vision to change what's happening either in their community or at the state or national level. An example of that is the Dakota Access Pipeline fight. It brought environmentalists together who cared about clean water. It brought Republican landowners worried about eminent domain together. It brought indigenous peoples who cared about sovereignty rights, and it brought climate activists together who were worried about big oil and what it would do to the rest of us. Because of this threat, diverse people came together for a fight against a big oil company. Out of this one fight came a common vision for the future, one on which we can build a platform for climate change. That's what diverse people coming together can do. That is an issue campaign. But justice does not and cannot stop at the voter booth. We can't build a democracy that works for me and you if we stand on the sidelines of the political process. Everything we do at the grassroots level, in the street, on our farms, at the State House, in the lobbies of banks and corporate headquarters, it all leads to one thing. It's taking control of government power. We are the next generation of leaders. We have got to grow our own candidates or be the candidate for city council, for school board, for hospital board, for various county boards, and moving on up. It's up to us, you and me, to engage and deliver. Since the election, it's clear that we need to build power in Iowa. That's why I'm part of a powerful people's organization like Iowa's CCI Action Fund. Big corporations like to keep us fighting each other. They get afraid when we unite around a common issue like we did in the Dakota Access Pipeline fight. But CCI Action has political ambition and bite. We speak truth to political power. We drive debate toward people. People before profit, communities before corporations. The corporations have a plan. Well, we have a plan too. A plan to build a new economy, one that values and serves people like us. A plan to move from fighting for what we can win to fighting for what we need to win. A plan that takes back power from business as usual politics and moves that power to everyday people. And we're people who don't just want a seat at the table. We want to run that table. But remember, it'll take all of us pulling together. We will call, we will put feet in the street, we will attend meetings, we will engage, energize, and deliver real people into the political system. We need to build independent political power, not cater to a political party. Today is about how we take these tactics and expand them in a way that makes us stronger than ever before. And when we're done, Iowa will once again be a place where we can make dreams change our lives, where family farms are again passed to new generations, where farmers and workers make a good profit and a living wage, where small towns and rural hospitals thrive, where immigrants can build new lives without threat, where our water is clean and our environment is a priority, where education and health care is there for each and every Iowan, where the hard work of unions and public employees is valued. Can we do this? Can we do this? Then say, yes I can, si se puede, si se puede, si se puede, si se puede, si se puede. Thank you very much, and I hope you're inspired. Now I'd like to introduce Vanessa Marcano-Kelly. Vanessa is a former CCI activist and now serves on the CCI board. Let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, buenos días. My name is Vanessa Marcano-Kelly. I was born in Venezuela. I am an immigrant, and I'm a proud member of Iowa CCI Action Fund. I am so excited to be here with like-minded progressive to hear Alicia Garza's powerful message today. In these times, it is essential to remember that we are all in this together. And what that means is that there are systems in place that were designed to oppress everyday people. We need to understand that just because these systems have been around forever doesn't mean that they are right. These systems affect all of us, but disproportionately, they affect people of color. Race intersects every social issue in this country. And that's why we must keep this at the forefront in all of our campaigns and all of our fights for justice. It is why our power and our main voices in the progressive movement also have to look different. It is time for us to be bold, to speak truth to power, and stop being afraid to say what needs to be said to hold elected leaders accountable. As communities of color, as progressives, it's time to stop just giving our votes away. Our votes are oftentimes taken for granted, and it is time to challenge politicians and make them earn our votes. We are all in this together. It doesn't matter if you live in rural or urban parts of the state. If you make less than $15 an hour, you deserve a living wage. Water issues affect all of us because we, not big ag, are paying more to get clean water to our families. The demise of our health system and our women's clinics affect all of us because it is low-income communities who are the first ones to be left with zero health care funding. Deportations, racial profiling, mass incarceration affect all of us because we are your neighbors, we are your family members, we are your teachers, we are your customers, we are the tax base that keeps our economy alive. This movement is about seeing those connections among our struggles, naming the issue boldly, like saying that, yes, Black Lives Matter. And taking on these campaigns together, we cannot minimize and deflect from the issue that young Black men and women have become targets across this country, not because they are men or women, but because of the color of their skin. What affects one of us affects all of us. Alicia Garza's brave and powerful movement, Black Lives Matter, is exactly about this and about so much more. And that is why you should soak up every little bit of the message that she is here today to give. Alicia is an organizer, a writer, and freedom dreamer who is currently the Special Projects Director of the National Domestic Workers Alliance. Alicia co-founded the Black Lives Matter Network, a globally recognized organizing project that focuses on combating anti-Black state-sanctioned violence and the oppression of all Black people. Since the rise of the Black Lives Matter movement, Alicia has become a powerful voice in the media. So please help me give a warm Iowa welcome to Alicia Garza.
I was like, I have heels on. I don't need this platform. How you doing, Iowa? It is a joy and an honor to be back in Des Moines with CCI, with all of you, building a movement that is going to change this country. Are y'all ready? I know y'all are ready because you're already doing it. And I'm honored to be here with y'all. You know, I spent a lot of time thinking about what I was going to say today, and this moment comes on the heels of the 4-year anniversary of the birth of Black Lives Matter. Four years since George Zimmerman murdered Trayvon Martin and got away with it. That ain't right. A powerful, powerful movement has emerged that is bigger than Black Lives Matter. We're an organization. We have 40 chapters across the world. But there are so many more organizations and groups of people who have emerged from that moment of tragedy to say we've had enough and we're going to build the world that we deserve and nobody's going to get in our way. Organizations like the Dream Defenders, which took over the Florida State Capitol for 31 days to demand an end to Stand Your Ground laws. Black Youth Project 100, which ousted a corrupt prosecutor who continued to target poor Black and brown people and throw them in cages. We have made progress. And then in November, something tragic happened. We elected a kleptocrat. Y'all know what a kleptocrat is? A kleptocrat is someone who makes money off their position of power. A kleptocrat is someone who turns the halls of democracy into a business for profit at the expense of every single one of you in this room. I'm not even going to say his name because he don't deserve it. I won't let that name pass my lips, but I will say that what happened in November was a surprise for some of us. But this is the moment when we should reflect and ask ourselves, how did this happen? Now, lots of us on our side of the table like to say, well, if so-and-so had won, this would be different, and I want to challenge that a little bit. Yes, we are in a dire moment in this country, but let's be clear, that movement, their movement, has been growing and building power for the last 3 decades or more. And so what happened in November wasn't a fluke, it was a culmination of effective and strategic movement building. We had a resurgence of white nationalism in this country. And I want to speak on this because I want to be really clear that those days have not passed. Just because we elected a black man for president and he served without scandal for 8 years doesn't mean that somebody wouldn't come in and try to exploit the fear and the anxiety that we all have about our future. And that's exactly what he did, am I right? He exploited our anxieties about how we were going to pay our rent, how we were going to take care of our families, how we were going to address the aging crisis in this country, where more and more people are aging and there's less and less care that's available. He exploited everything terrible that remains in this country. And that kind of exploitation deserves a movement that can not only respond, but that can challenge it and that can transform it. We are now in a moment where income inequality is worse than it has ever been, where a smaller and smaller group of people are hoarding all of the things that we need, not just to survive, but to live well. And then, from my estimation, the way things are going with climate and the environment, we may be pushed to get it together faster than we thought we would. So for me, there's never been a better time to challenge the movement that is gaining steam across this country. There's never been a better time for us to figure out how do we build the power that we need to transform the conditions that we live in so that we can live in the world that we deserve, that our children deserve, that our grandchildren deserve, and that generations beyond us deserve. So, when I was thinking about what I was going to say today, all I could think about was power. When I sit in rooms like this with people like you, I think about power. I think about what it takes to build power. I think about what it takes to take power. And I think about what it takes to make power a different kind of thing. I hope that you too are obsessed with this idea of what it takes to build power. Because without it, all of the things that we care about will not come to fruition. We can't just wish change to happen. We can't just wait for somebody else to do it. We can't place it at the feet of presidential candidates. The power that we build, we must remain in control of it. Now, some of us think about power as an individual thing. I understand that. That's what capitalism does to us. We're going to talk about that a little later. We think about power like, I feel powerful today. How many people feel powerful today? That's a beautiful thing, but it's bigger than your personal agency, how you feel about yourself in this moment. Power is the ability to make decisions over your own life. Power is the ability to set the status quo. Power is the ability to reward and to punish. And let me tell you, power is also about the ability to create the narrative of who we are. When that movement talks about who we are, many of us are shocked. That's not us. That's not me. But because they have spent the last 3 decades building a powerful narrative about what's wrong with this country and who's to blame for it, that kind of power has translated into policies. It has translated into a culture of fear where immigrants in my community are afraid to go to school or access hospitals because they are afraid they will be rounded up by deportation forces. And these are not conspiracy theories. These are actual proposed policies that are being debated in our halls of Congress and in our state legislatures. It ain't right. But y'all, their power comes from organized money. Our power comes from organized people. Our power comes from collaboration, from coordination, from interdependence. We depend and rely on each other to survive. That is where our power comes from. And when people are organized, we can build power. And when we are organized, we come together and we build and we realize a broader vision for what's possible. And that is the underpinnings of the movement that we are and will continue to build so that this country can live up to its promise. When we as a movement become clear about the outcomes that we seek, when we get clear about who are our friends and who are our enemies, and when we get organized across silos and differences that are actually pretty minor, our movement can translate into power. Political power, economic power, narrative power, cultural power, power. Now, for some of us, power is a dirty word. We don't like that word. We don't want to wield power over other people because we see the ways in which folks do that and we see the results. I understand that. But power is a catalyst for change. And if you don't believe me, just look around you at what's happening in this country. Power is now consolidated in the wrong hands. It's consolidated in the wrong hands at the White House, in our Congress, and 2/3 of our state legislatures. As we speak, power on the other side is conspiring to change the rules about how we act together, how we be together. And that must be our first task, is to dismantle and break that open. But how are we going to do it? That all sounds good. That all feels good. But what's it going to take? Have no fear. Have no fear, CCI is here. I think that we have to commit to the kind of organizing that transforms us. I believe that we have to commit to building the kinds of movements that calls us back to our humanity. It's not going to be easy. It never has been easy. We're going to disappoint each other. We're going to make each other upset. We're going to make each other mad. We're going to make mistakes. We're going to disagree. But I'm here to tell you, we got to keep going. Every morning when I wake up, I think about how to build the kind of movement across difference for the sake of our collective transformation. I believe in the potential of who we can be. I believe in your dreams, and I believe that our dreams are not that far apart from one another. There are going to be times when we get tempted to fall back into patterns that don't serve us. There are going to be times when we say to each other, you know, I want a different world, but I really just want people to stop talking about race. Why do they keep talking about that? There are going to be times when we say to each other, you know, I really want a different world, but I just wish women would be quiet, man. We're down the road already. What's the problem? There's going to be times when we say, I really want a different world, but these immigrants are taking something from me. And every single time that happens, I want us to say, we will not go back. We will not go back. I believe that we have to resist amnesia at all costs. Every single time we try to go back into that comfort place, I want you to think about how you felt on November 8th, 2016, and I want you to say to yourself, no way I'm going back. I want you to turn to your neighbor and I want you to say, we deserve a better world. We deserve a movement that is grounded in love and interconnectedness and hope and innovation and values and care. I want you to say, ain't no way I'm going back. I have had so many moments since November where I have said to myself, I'm just done with all of this. Who do they think they are? They're trying to do something. They're not going to change anything. We've done that before. We've already seen that before. Let me tell you something. We haven't seen anything yet. I understand that it's hard to imagine a world where those of us who have been hurt, slighted, discriminated against, who've hurt one another, all get to fit. It's a challenge to imagine what it might look like to heal our humanity in the face of brutality and violence and disagreement and discord. However, we can and we must resist. We can and we must resist because a movement that is cynical makes no steps forward. We can and we must resist because a movement that rejects the potential of transformation is a movement that is destined to fail. A movement that believes that no change is possible will produce no change. When we talk about racism and sexism and capitalism and all those isms, all of those systems function to keep us fighting one another, while the people who are really hurting us get away with murder, literally. And so, when I get discouraged, I think about my mama, Harriet Tubman. I call her mama. She's like my patron saint. I pray to Harriet Tubman sometimes. Because if you know anything else about Harriet Tubman, besides the fact that she ran and created the Underground Railroad and freed lots and lots of slaves, then you would know that Harriet Tubman loved us so much that she pushed us to be free, even when we weren't ready to free ourselves. If you know anything about Harriet Tubman, you would know that even if you weren't ready to get free, she would leave the light on for you because she knew eventually you were going to come around. If you knew anything about Harriet Tubman, you would know that she wouldn't rest just because you were scared. She would push you to persist. And in fact, there are stories about Harriet putting the gun to your back, like, "You're not going to turn back today." For Harriet, there was no other way but forward. Let us all be Harriet Tubmans today. In this movement that we are building together, we will be clear about who our enemies actually are. We will resist throwing each other away. We will remember that accountability is not revenge. We will remember that individuals are not systems. We will remember that individuals perpetuate systems through consent and through force. That means that each of us has a choice. Each of us has a choice to make every day, every second, every minute, every hour about who we are going to be today, tomorrow, and for the future. We will remember that only organizing interrupts corruption. And that is where our possibility lies. Our possibility lies in organizing, unlocking new choices, unlocking new opportunities. So if we hope to win, we better organize. Finally, I think we deserve a rematch. I want a rematch. I'm like, that wasn't a fair fight. That wasn't a fair fight, and I got something for you. I think women deserve a rematch. I think farmers deserve a rematch. I think low-income people deserve a rematch. I think black folks deserve a rematch. I think Muslims deserve a rematch. I think immigrants deserve a rematch. I think America deserves a rematch. So I'm not done with this administration. In fact, we're just getting started. But bigger than that, I believe that we can and will continue to build the kind of movement that will not just transform us, which is important, but it will transform the way that power operates in and of itself. I believe that we can transform democracy so that more of us, in fact, all of us, get to make the decisions that impact our lives. I want a rematch, and I believe that we will win. Do y'all believe we're gonna win? Do y'all believe we're gonna win? Stand up if you believe we're gonna win. Thanks, y'all.
Well, thank you so much, Alicia, for those incredibly inspiring, powerful words. Thank you so much for being here with us today. I do believe that we will win. That is so important to keep in mind. So now we will have a little bit of time for Q&A. Just want to clarify a little bit how it's going to work. We're going to have two staffers here and here. They're raising their hands over there with the mic, and you can line up behind them. Please remember to keep your question in the form of a question and under 30 seconds, so that way we can both hear a lot of the questions that people have and then give time for Alicia to answer without having to hear these really long-winded statements, which are important, but right now it's questions. Under 30 seconds, and if you extend a little bit over, our staff will politely cut you off. So please start lining up over here and over here, and let's get ready to hear a little bit more of Q&A from Alicia Garza.
Good morning, Alicia. Over here on your right.
Over there. Hey.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
The experience I'm having is that, and I used to work for SANE in Philadelphia long ago, that I don't feel a part of the community I want to change. I feel sort of isolated. I'm very comfortable here in this group, but when I go back home to rural Iowa, I don't connect that well with the farmers. I mean, we can chat and be friendly, but I'm not really an integral part of their community. I'm not an integral part of the city of Fairfield, which is a little 10,000 population town. How do we here, who, not a lot of black faces in this audience, enthusiastic people, how do we find the people who are with us, but who don't come to these kind of meetings?
Great question. First and foremost, I think we have to remember that change takes time, and it takes a lot of listening. A lot of listening. So I didn't get to speak on this very much, but I wanted to talk a little bit about my experience in the Women's March. Now, when I went to the Women's March in D.C., and it was amazing. I know it was. I was watching. I was really struck by how many people had been activated for the first time ever, or for the first time in many, many years. And it was a heavy lift for them to come to a march in D.C. These are things that we do a lot, right? We march, we protest, we come into meetings. And as an organizer, one of the things I know is that even the people who might have sympathies, who might be questioning, I'm not totally sure I like how things are going right now. I might like some things, I don't like others. There's not a lot of entry points for those folks into our spaces. And so that has to change. But the other thing that I would say is keep working on building those relationships.
That's right.
And relationships that are literally just about getting to know someone. Because that too is organizing. Understanding what people have been through, what they do every single day, what they think about things, and not clobbering them over the head with your opinion of things, right? That's the kind of thing that creates openness to new ways of being. Acknowledging people where they are, not saying we're not going to keep pushing you, but saying we're not going to spend every minute bludgeoning you with our politics.
Right.
The right has done that really well, correct?
Right.
They meet people where they are. They grab people in churches, right? They grab people who are unemployed, and they say, hey, this is your home. Tell me about what you're afraid of. I have a solution for that. You see where I'm going with this? So one thing that we can all do in this very moment is commit ourselves to getting to know each other a little better.
That's right.
It sounds really simple, but I think that it is revolutionary in this moment. Thank you for your question.
Hi, Alicia. I'm John Ashton.
Hey.
Pronouns are he, him, his. I have only been involved with CCI for a few years now. And CCI, along with the United States Student Association, have really shaped who I am as an organizer and really pulled me into organizing. I wanted to know if you would share with us how you got involved with organizing, who influenced who you are as an organizer, and kind of different organizations that helped you along the way.
Yeah, thanks for asking. So I started as an activist when I was 12. I didn't know it was activism, but something made me mad. So I grew up with a single mother, and my mom talked to me a lot about what it meant to try and raise a child like me by herself. And when I was 12 in my school district, I live in California, you know, it's like progressive Mecca in some places in the Bay Area. And in my school district, they were having a debate about whether or not to offer contraception in school nurses' offices. Now at 12, believe it or not, lots of people in my community were already having sex. And I know people have a lot of feelings about that, but there's how we feel and then there's what people do. Yeah? And so for me, what made me so angry about it was if you really want to prevent people from either having sex before they might be ready or having children before they might be ready, why not give them all the things that they need to be able to make good decisions for themselves? And then I started getting politicized because, you know, that was during the first era of Bush, where he was governing on an agenda of family values that was really his family's values and didn't really think about what other people's values might be and how they might bring all those things together. And so from there, I became involved in lots of different organizations, some of which, to be honest with you, completely broke my heart. I had many moments where I was like, I put all my energy and love into this organization, and now there's this thing I've decided I don't like. But I kept coming back. Yeah? So student organizing, I actually worked with the UC Student Association. I was a part of the United States Student Association. I have done lots of work around tenant rights, economic justice, knocking doors in East and West Oakland, talking to people who were not a part of organizations, didn't want to be a part of organizations, but they did want a vehicle that would fight back, that they could be a part of. So that's some of my trajectory. If we want to talk longer, I mean, I've been a part of many different efforts. But I say all that to say that I believe that organizations are the smallest unit of change. And that for us to build the kinds of movements that we hope to imagine, we have to be a part of organizations. Organizations are where we grow our vision. Organizations are where we allow ourselves to shape and be shaped. And organizations keep us from feeling isolated or like we have to take it all on our backs by ourselves. So, y'all are doing a pretty good thing here by being a part of CCI. Keep going. And next time we have this convention, because this is amazing, it's like 700 people. Next time we have this convention, how many? Ooh, 1,000. So I know when I come back in 2 years, this convention hall is not going to be big enough for y'all. And that's going to be because of the organizing that y'all do. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Abby Knowles.
Hi, Abby.
I'm in Indivisible, Iowa. It's
yes.
an association like CCI.
That's what's up.
I do my best to try to make where I live, my community, a better place. And I need to ask you something. Ever since you've wanted change, how long did it take you to actually do the change?
That's a great question. So, Abby, there's different levels of change. I've been working my whole life for the change that I want to see, and I'm not done. And I may not be done when I die. That's just the reality. I want to be honest with you. I don't want to sugarcoat it, yeah? But there have been changes that I have made with teams of people like this that I am so proud of. Sometimes those changes take months, sometimes they take years, and it all depends on how organized we are. I'll give you an example. In my community, because of budget cuts at the state level, they took away the yellow school buses. That's how a lot of people get to school, yeah? It's one of the only ways that people can get to school, especially when you have working parents. So we were really worried about what were people going to do to get to school if there was no yellow school bus. So we started organizing. We started making sure that our city would subsidize transportation for young people. When we first went, they told us we were nuts. They said, there's no way you're asking for handouts. I mean, they went down the list of things. But what we knew was that our people deserved education and deserved dignity. The other thing we knew was that the city was giving free rides to tech workers every day. And in fact, those same bus stops where the buses couldn't really stop, the transportation for wealthy workers, they were using our infrastructure, but not giving back to our city. So what did we do? We made the tech companies pay for free transit for young people. But we didn't stop there. Then we got the program expanded to seniors. We got the program expanded to people with disabilities. Eventually, we want to get all transportation to be free for people who live in our city. That fight took us about 2 years. And it was faster than usual because we had been building an organization of people who knew how to fight, who were ready to fight, and who were not going to give up. Now that's a big change, but not as big as the change that I want to see. So the way I see it, Abby, we got to get a lot of changes to get to the big change that we want. And every change that we fight for should help us open up new possibilities for even bigger and bigger change. So what I would say to you is that don't worry about how long it's going to take. Worry about how many people you can get to come with you.
Thank you. All right, this is going to be the last question.
Okay.
Hi, Alicia.
Hi.
Hi. My name is Paula Egan. I'm
Hi,
a
Ms.
recent
Paula.
transplant from the Bay Area.
Yes!
Yeah. I love Des Moines, though. Two-part question.
Okay.
First, how are we going to get young people activated to get out there and vote? And when are you going to run for national office?
I see you. Okay, so I don't know is the answer to your second question. And I don't know what else I want to say about that, except two things, just to be honest. You see me trying to squirrel out of this one? So I recently built a project called the Black Futures Lab, which is focused on a couple of things. One, it's focused on transforming our communities into constituencies that can wield power, political power. Because I think that there's something very wrong with a movement that doesn't take seriously how to use the tools of electoral organizing to disrupt the status quo. And so part of what that means is recruiting and identifying and training people to run for office that are not career politicians. They're not people who have gone their whole lives trying to be president. They're people like you and me who know a little something about what our communities need and who are ready to try and govern. Yeah? I don't know what that trajectory is for myself, but I'll be honest with you, I've been more open to it than I ever have been before. Now don't go. Now if I open Twitter in a minute and hear y'all talking about I said I was running, we're gonna have a problem. Just saying. On your first question, I think young people are already involved. I think that more could be involved, but I think that young people are already involved. I mean, look at Abby. Abby just like blew my mind. I feel like I need to do something different with my life. You know what I mean? But I think where we have to make an intervention is what are we giving young people something to be involved in? You know, like a lot of people in this last election were so mad. They were like, all these people sat out. And I'm like, yeah, that makes me mad too, but let's just keep it 100. What were they being asked to turn out for? That's our job, right? That's our job. That's what we should hold politicians accountable to. I don't want to hear the same BS and get the same results. I want you to put some work in, right? And you have somebody coming here a little bit later that put some work in. I also really think we have to pay attention to outreach in different communities and not just, I'm going to show up at your door and I'm going to tell you all the things you need to be doing. But like, I want a candidate that goes around the country and like listens for a year. Like legit sits and talks with people and listens. And from that comes an agenda that people can be excited about. An agenda that people can vote and fight for as opposed to, well, it's not the other guy. That's not inspiring. I think we deserve more. And I know we're going to work together to make that happen. Thank you. Thanks, y'all.
Alicia Garza. It's been a great and inspiring morning so far, right? Yeah. Some of you had time to study your booklet that you received as you came in, and you may have noticed that there's a list of workshops. You'll have 2 opportunities to go to these workshops, and now you have to pick out which ones you want to go to. That's the hardest part, because you can't go to all of them, darn it. But we have each of the people here that will be presenting at the workshops, and they are going to tell you what theirs is about to help you make that decision. So let's start with Carlos.
Good morning, Iowa. Good morning, Iowa. My name is Carlos Ramirez Rosa, and I'm proud to represent 55,000 working people from the northwest side of Chicago as alderman of the 35th Ward. And I'm so happy to be back in Iowa, because the last time I was here, I was getting out the vote for a candidate called Bernie Sanders in a little town in called West Liberty, Iowa. Y'all know West Liberty? Beautiful town. I love the people there. Now, Bernie, his campaign was founded on a very important concept. Not me, us. Because Bernie understands that change has never come from up high. It's always come from down below. And when I look out in this room, I see the change that we are going to create in this world. I see that the oligarchs, the 1%, those that want to pollute our planet and exploit our people, I see that they have met their match when I see the people power in this room. Is that right? So at our workshop about co-governance, you're going to hear about a model that ensures that we keep elected officials accountable, that we ensure that elected officials are not working for the 1%, they're not working for the oligarchs, they're working for us. It's a model that by any name simply means that we're going to have a government of, for, and by the people, not the 1%. So if you're interested in running for office, if you want to run a candidate for office, if you want to find out how we can transform politics and make it about us, not the 1%, I hope you come to our workshop. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bree Carlson with People's Action. All right, so I kind of want to go to Carlos's workshop. So I know this is going to be a really difficult choice, so I just want to tell you a little bit about From Protest to Power and the workshop I'm doing. If you want to follow the conversation that's been started this morning about how we move from simply protesting against what's in power to taking power, to governing power, you should come to this workshop. And there's a little detail that's important here. I've got Alicia Garza.
Good morning. My name is Judith LeBlanc. I'm a member of the Caddo Nation of Oklahoma and the director of the Native Organizers Alliance. We're a national organizing and training Native network that was on the ground at Standing Rock. So water is life. Access to clean water is a human right. From Standing Rock to Flint to Port-au-Prince, Haiti to the Ivory Coast of Africa, it is a human right and it is sacred. So if you want to talk about that, then come to my workshop. The workshop is Climate in Crisis, the Movement for a Just Transition. We're going to discuss the lessons learned from the struggle against the Dakota Access Pipeline and on the ground at Standing Rock. And we're going to talk about the importance of Native and non-Native alliance building to save Mother Earth. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about what's going on in Indian country. I just came back from spending 10 days in South Dakota. The Cowboy Indian Alliance is getting reorganized. And also in the workshop, we're going to talk about how you will be able to build a powerful, transformational grassroots movement of water protectors. Water is life.
Hello, good morning. Buenos dias. My name is Erika Andiola, and I will be today leading the panel on Undocumented and Unafraid, Rising Up in Divided America. And just a little background, I am also undocumented and unafraid, and I am currently the political director for Our Revolution, the successor organization of the Bernie Sanders campaign. And last time I was here in Iowa, was working for the senator for the campaign as one of the press secretaries, and I was specifically focused on Latino outreach at that time. And so I got to meet a lot of amazing people here and organizers, Vanessa, a couple other folks who were working with a community here who are undocumented, or many immigrants, not just Latinos, but many immigrants who are right now really pushing to trying to figure out how to survive. And they didn't necessarily start resisting when Trump won. They had been resisting for so many years. And so I want to invite you all to come to our workshop. We're going to talk about what does it mean to live right now in a Trump presidency, but also how can we take that into the local level? How do we protect folks who are right now the most vulnerable, but also how do we think about policies and ways in which we can push for change at the local level in which we can actually protect the undocumented community, but also how do we expand the notion of sanctuary in Iowa and across the country. Thank you. See you in my workshop.
Hello, my name is Tom Philpott. I'm a journalist with Mother Jones Magazine, and I want to go to all these workshops, but I'm doing one of my own. And as probably everyone in this room knows, a very, very small handful of corporations dominate the food and agriculture industries. 3 or 4 companies dominate almost every market there is out there. And they soak up they basically soak up all the profits that are generated from growing food and serving food and creating food. And they invest some portion of those profits in creating very powerful media narratives. And the basic idea is to convince you and everyone else that in order to quote unquote feed the world, they have to, because science says, pollute your water, exploit and underpay workers, use entire cocktails of insecticides and herbicides and fungicides. It's simply inevitable. It's the only way to do it. These are the narratives that they sort of ram down the throats of media. And so in my workshop, we're going to discuss those narratives and how they came about, and ways to deconstruct them and push back against them. So please join me if you can. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Iowa CCI. My name is Michael Leidy. I'm the Director of Public Policy for the National Nurses United, and we bring greetings from the 185,000 nurses. They have a question for you. Are you ready to guarantee health care as a human right? That's right. We are at a crossroads in our country. And so our workshop today, The Fight for Our Lives, Medicare for All, is literally true. That is what we're in right now, a frontline struggle for healthcare justice that will determine in the most personal and intimate aspects of our lives whether we will have justice and equality, whether we will have a single standard of care, whether we will beat back the GOP assault and establish a system that will guarantee health care, not health insurance, but guarantee health care. And you might have heard we had a little dust up in California. Well, that's what happens because we're tired of Democratic politicians telling us they'll support single payer, voting for single payer when they know it'll be vetoed, and then when it comes time to make it real, all of a sudden, no. That's over. We're not going to take it anymore. And so we're going to take this fight. We're going to take this fight to as many states as we can. We're going to fight for H.R. 676, and we're going to take the insurance companies out of health care. Thank you.
The insurance companies out of health care. Oh, man. All right, now I just want to say before I forget to tell you that all of these workshops are downstairs, so you'll have to go down a level. And now you see why it's so hard to pick two, that you can go to. So I'm just going to do a little housekeeping now so you'll know which direction to head. After your first workshop that you're deciding on right now, which one you're going to go to, there will be lunch. Yay. And that will be back up here in the room behind those curtains back there. There are limited vegetarian, vegan, and gluten-free options. So if you didn't sign up for one, please don't take one. So after lunch, there'll be one more.
All right, everybody, we'll be right back. Give us a few minutes to get set. Scott Galindez is going to move the Live View solo into the first workshop room. We will be listening to Michael Lighty, who was the last person to speak there. So hang on for a second. I'll get some tweets going up on the screen, and we will be right back with you in a minute as soon as we get everything set. Thank you for being here. And remember, Bernie happens later on today.
Kids need school. When it comes to politics, Bernie's breaking rules. No attack gets on the competition's needed. He's running on the facts, and it's something that we needed. Feel the burn, make him feel the burn. All the way to the White House, feel the burn. Feel the burn, make him feel the burn. Till the haters on the right, they can feel the burn. Feel the burn, make him feel the burn. All the way to the White House, feel the burn. Feel the burn, make them feel the burn. Till the haters on the left, they can feel the burn. Yeah, you see him scared shook. He's a democratic socialist, but they don't even know what it means. They just roll with it, get over it. Check the resume, fight for civil rights.
can accomplish.
Really bringing people together and letting folks know that the people who really want to fight for grassroots change, that you are not alone. This is a teaching moment here, but it is also a moment for like minds and like hearts to come together to re-energize.
And a lot of our readers are very supportive of you. What do you plan on running for in the future?
Oh my goodness, you know, I don't know yet. I'm really honored that people in the great state of Ohio and all across the country actually want to see me run for governor of the state of Ohio. I'm not quite sure what I want to be when I grow up, but this I will tell your readers is that I am going to continue to use my political cachet and my gifts to make this world a better place. Being on that national stage, fighting for single-payer health care or Medicare for all, fighting for paid family medical leave, fighting to make the criminal justice system more just, fighting for our children, fighting for our environment, and fighting for humane immigration reform in this country.
And I heard you earlier say that you thought that Bernie should run in 2020.
I think he should run. Why not? You know, everybody's still feeling the burn and feeling it all over the country. And partly the People's Summit is because he got out there and he always said it's not about me, it is about us. When you see over 4,000 people in here, very diverse, 54% of the people at the People's Summit this year are people of color. So you see the mosaic of us. 49 states are represented, including, plus Puerto Rico, are represented in this space right now. So I hope that Senator Sanders, in the same spirit of President Nelson Mandela from South Africa, I hope he will run again in 2020.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, darling.
My donors are the people. I'm not taking large donations. You know, we're building a movement of people with brand new Congress that is not taking corporate money. People are going to invest in a candidate that's going to serve them. There's a clear difference between being a friend of the coal industry and being a friend of a coal miner.
Our streams run orange and black. Who's going to clean up the mess when coal's gone, Senator?
His second top donor is Mylan, and his daughter's the CEO of Mylan, so you can connect the dots. Look at the opioid abuse in West Virginia. He's been pitching that he was going to combat that. 455 pills to give to every man, woman, and child. And then his second top donor is Mylan, and his daughter's the CEO of Mylan. So, you know, what is he going to do?
How are you planning on beating Joe Manchin in 2018 when we know you're probably not going to be able to raise the tens of millions of dollars that he's got? We've got to do it a different way. What are you planning on doing?
I don't need money, I need votes. I don't care about the money. And you know what? We have the ability, like we're doing tonight, to raise voices, to have outreach with social media now. We do have that advantage that we didn't used to have.
Absolutely.
You know, and people are uniting all over West Virginia. And you know, voices are being raised, and we're going to continue to power build, and we're going to continue to unite. And we're going to build a powerful campaign, because this is not my campaign. This campaign is for West Virginia.
All right, everybody. Scott Galindez is set up in the first workshop room with Michael Lighty, and we've got that getting ready to go right there. We'll have that up as soon as they start. Thank you for being here with us.
We're about to meet right before Michael gets on, Ben Brewer, one of our healthcare leaders, so why don't you come up?
Looks like we're adjusting some audio there. One moment.
Today and that you chose to come to the Fight for Our Lives Medicare for All workshop. My name is Ben Brewer. For 29 years, I was a normal, healthy 20-something that liked TV and making smart-ass comments to my dad. Until the day I wasn't. At age 29, I found out I had cancer. I had surgery. I had 4 rounds of platinum-based chemotherapy. I was hospitalized twice for complications related to that chemotherapy. And all of that was in the span of about 6 months. My life was irrecoverably changed. To my friends and family, I wasn't that carefree smartass anymore. I was the one that had cancer. When they knew someone who got sick, they said, "Oh, well, ask Ben about it. I'm sure he knows." Or when someone would mention my name, all of a sudden hushed tones would come and say, "Oh, that's so sad, isn't it?" And that's okay. I mean, they're feeling for me. But to the insurance companies, I went from being a revenue item, a healthy, young, revenue, premium-paying individual, to an expense line, a cancer patient, that they have to pay for. I don't imagine anyone in this room doesn't know somebody like me. I wish I was the first person you all would have met who has a story like this. Now, when I sat down with my doctor and went over my treatment plan, and he said, "You're going to need 4 rounds of chemo, it's going to take this long, it's going to be terrible, but you're going to be fine." I kind of asked, I said, "Doc, that sounds like a big bummer. How about we don't do that? What would happen?" Curious, like, are we over-treating? What's the deal? And he said I'd have 12 months to live. 12 months at age 29. I had one of the most treatable cancers we know of. If you receive treatment properly, you live from my cancer 99% of the time. If I couldn't pay for it, if I didn't have access to health care, I would be dead right now. To me, that is unacceptable. That we as a people can get together and say, it's okay if someone dies from something we know how to fix if they don't pay for it. So this isn't hyperbole. This is truly the fight for our lives, and I am so glad you're all here for it. I discovered something while I was sick. I came upon a secret that I want to share with you all, and I'm really proud of this one. I think our healthcare system might put profits before people. It lets a guy in a room decide whether someone should live or die so that some sort of institutional mutual fund can increase their share price by 2 cents for the quarter. I don't think that's how it should work. Do you? No. Now, the second time I was in the hospital for those complications, I was moved by the compassion and care of my healthcare team, especially the nurses. I was scared because this wasn't supposed to happen. I was feeling like crap because chemo. And they sat with me. They laughed with me. They told jokes. They shared their stories with me. And most importantly, they kept me alive. There was no concern about the cost of the care they were providing. They didn't ask me what my deductible was. They didn't ask if I paid my last premium. All they saw was not a revenue item or an expense line. They saw a person that deserved their compassion and needed their care, and they provided it. I think our system should be a little closer to that. What do you guys think? When I think about our country and the current healthcare debate that's raging on everyone's Facebook wall right now, I'm reminded of the line from the Gettysburg Address, "Of the people, by the people, and for the people." We're at a pivotal moment. Everyone's talking about healthcare right now, and it's a complicated subject, as our president just discovered. But I don't feel like our government of the people is acting by the people and for the people. Do you? No. That's why I'm so thrilled to be here today with a room full of people who feel the same way. Today we can take that energy and we can take that fire and we can forge it into a movement. Michael Lighty is here today, who for over 35 years has been organizing for social and economic justice. Michael was instrumental in helping shape an enhanced Medicare for All system in California and is director of the public policy for National Nurses United. Today he will be leading a discussion on Medicare for All. NNU has been on the front lines of the healthcare fight, and Michael's also going to be sharing his thoughts about the healthcare movement. So with that, please welcome Michael Lighty up.
So Matthew's going to help set me up here. I was very moved by Ben's story, and in some respects, that's all that needs to be said, because in that story is contained every problem with both the current healthcare system and what the GOP is trying to do in Washington. And this is a great example of this fallacy. Have you heard of the Cruz Amendment? Yeah. So the premise of the Cruz Amendment is that you know when you're going to get sick. Right? Because the whole point of it is there's going to be one set of health plans for the healthy and one set for the sick. Well, Ben went from healthy to sick in one day. So yeah, you're 29 and you just spent $50 a month on a health plan that has a $10,000 deductible. That's a very good deal until you tumble down the road on your bike. And then all of a sudden, you're facing hospital bills that are multiple times your deductible. And you really have no way to pay for it. And so in the healthcare system, Ben's story shows why it is not a consumer good. It is not a product to be actuarial defined based on risk. It is the very essence of our lives. And to subject that to insurance company profits or market choices makes no sense in a fundamental way. And that's what we're talking about today. Now, I used SB 56 here because I want to bring a little flavor of California. But we're talking about the difference between guaranteeing health care and universal coverage. Whoa, now that's something we haven't heard, right? I bet everybody's for universal coverage. Do we really think that if everybody had insurance, we would have health care guaranteed? No. Because think of this, we just kind of accept this and make the talking point and move on. But if you contemplate for a moment the notion that the entities at the heart of our healthcare system that are distributing access to healthcare are doing so only to the extent that it makes them money, then you realize at the heart of the system the fundamental corruption and immorality of it. Yeah. And we go back to the moral imperative here, right? And the moral imperative is healthcare is a public good. When my house is on fire, I don't pay the firefighters a copay before they turn on the hose. And good thing, too, right? So, if my house is that important, I'm going to say that my life is that important. All right? And so let's get into it. So this is just our coalition in California. This is our campaign because we've heard a little bit about it nationally. I wanted to just show you the breadth of that campaign. It is a real coming together of the healthcare reform movement in California. There's been some stuff written on some blogs about that. I can assure you that there's a great deal of unity and commitment there among these organizations. And notice here the Business Alliance for a Healthy California. The Business Alliance for a Healthy California. They've been meeting with groups like the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, key business organizations throughout California. And what they've discovered is that employers don't really want to be in the healthcare business. Oh, who knew, right? Oh. All right, so we'll talk a little bit about that. So here's today. We spend more and get less.
Yep, that's right.
All right. It's literally true. It's literally true. And here's a chart that shows it. On the left, gotta have a chart, right? Can't read it, so I'll read it for you. On the left is what advanced industrialized countries pay for healthcare per person. On the left there, the average is that dotted line. It's about $3,700. On the right is the life expectancy, and that's 79.2. So ideally, most lines, right, you would have a showing that the thickness of the line is the amount of services they get on a per person basis. So ideally, you'd have very thick lines going up at an angle. Okay, and a lot of countries do that. Well, there's one country though, or there's a line there that doesn't quite fit. I'm trying to figure out who that might be.
Okay, we're going the wrong way. Oh, there it is. Sorry, what happened? So it turns out that that country is our very own. And we spend not $3,700, but about $9,000 per person. And it turns out our life expectancy is below average. So when we say we spend more and get less, we mean it. And when you look at that, life expectancy chart, you also, and the thickness of the lines, you hear something else. How many times have you heard that Americans use too much health care? Well, if Americans were just smarter about the health care, then we wouldn't have all this overuse, right? We just, we would wring out the waste in the system. Well, it turns out our line is pretty thin. And in fact, Japan goes to the doctor about once a month, the average Japanese person. They have relatively long lengths of stay in hospitals, but they're paying less than the average. So is it that we're using too much health care, or is it that the dollars we're spending on health care are going to the wrong place? Yes. There you go. So we're not, when we talk about guaranteed health care and Medicare for all, we're not really talking about, oh, we're no longer going to spend $9,000 per person, we're going to spend $3,700. We're not going to do that. We can't do that, unfortunately. We didn't make the decisions decades ago that would enable us to do that. But we can stop the growth in cost, and we can improve life expectancy if we reallocate those dollars. So that's what that means. But let's just look at how expensive this stuff is. Have you heard the pharmaceutical argument? Oh, we have to pay high prices in the US because we have to subsidize the developing world. Well, I can't wait to tell that to the United Kingdom. Yes, London, we are subsidizing your drug purchasing. All right, 3 times higher than the UK is what we pay, 6 times higher than Brazil, 16 times higher than India. And I don't think we're getting our money's worth. Right, this sounds like a joke, but it's not. Why does healthcare cost so much? Because prices are high. Now, everyone knows there's a difference between what something costs, and that is what it costs to produce and what you pay for it. But in healthcare, it's particularly profound. And when you look at those other countries, and those, of course, are different currencies, it literally is true that in each of those cases, they have a mechanism to contain prices. They negotiate prescription drug prices. They set rates for hospitals, or in the case of the UK, those hospitals are government entities. Or they will also control the reimbursement rates for providers. We don't do any of that. In this country, the insurance companies can charge whatever they want. There is literally nobody in this country that will tell Aetna or United Health what they can charge per month. Can't do it. Not under the ACA, not in any state. The hospitals have an allowance under the Balanced Budget Act of the mid-90s to consolidate. That they are encouraged to monopolize markets. There's no, typically a hospital will pay 300 or 400%. They will charge literally 300 or 400% of what it costs them. You ever heard of the $20 Tylenol? Yeah. It's real. And then finally, of course, the drug companies. The AARP bulletin of a couple months ago, and yes, I do get the AARP bulletin, have the hairline to show it, and and they said, why do prescription drugs in the US cost so much? Because no one's stopping them. No one is stopping them. So next time you hear we use too much health care, tell them no. No. The prices of healthcare are too high because there is no entity that can control this healthcare industry. Now, don't take my word for it. Angus Deaton, Nobel Prize winning economist in 2015, says healthcare is the biggest driver of inequality in this country, that it is the worst example of crony capitalism, and he's joined by Charlie Munger, who's the biggest GOP donor in California and the co-chair of Berkshire Hathaway, along with his partner Warren Buffett, I think we've heard of. Now these people, would you call them leftists? No. I keep hearing how single-payer and Medicare for all is a leftist demand. It is a humanitarian demand. And it is a demand that even Warren Buffett recognizes is at the heart of restoring the competitiveness of the American economy. That's a business argument. And they're both true. So that's what we're dealing with. Look at these prices. An appendectomy. The appendectomy is kind of a relatively simple procedure. In Australia, it's $5,200. In the U.S., it's $14,000. $14,000. Why is it 3 times? I don't think Australia is a particularly underdeveloped country. So, and each of those prices, you see everything. 10 times the price of an MRI from Switzerland to the United States. People sometimes talk about the Swiss system. Let me tell you about the Swiss system. The Swiss system is a highly regulated system where basically the insurance entities, though private, are completely told what benefits to provide, what rates to charge, and how to administer their plans. It's not an American insurance system. And obviously the UK, there are no prices because it's national health. It's the national health system. It's just you go there, they don't charge anything, and you get treated, and that's it. We literally spend more and get less. Look at this comparison of outcomes and risk factors. We often hear that our population is too old. That's why our healthcare costs are going up. Look at the percentage of the population over 65. 14% for the US. Other countries with higher life expectancy spending 1/3 of what we spend per person have older populations. So we keep going, the myths keep going down, right? Oh, we use too much healthcare. Our population is too old. And yet it keeps coming down to where your raise went. And where your raise went when you're working is compensation's gone up, but wages haven't. So here's the amazing thing. Like as a union person, I'm going to go there and I'm going to beat up an employer so that that employer will pay more for healthcare. And so I'm going to beat up that corporation so they can give more money to this other corporation who adds no value to their business. That's what is going on in the workplace. Employers are not going to pay the increasing higher costs. They're going to shift them to workers, and that's what's happening. The Affordable Care Act set a new standard. These are very important gains, all of which are in jeopardy today in Washington, D.C. Every one of those. Because the newly insured, gone when you get rid of the Medicaid expansion. Improved coverage for young adults? No. You get your high deductible, low value plan. Preventive care? Well, not if you don't have insurance or can't Medicaid. They're taking 300 million out of the Indian Health Service, I read this morning. 105 million no longer have lifetime limits. Well, no, that's exactly what they're going to take away. They're going to effectively establish limits. What we were able to do in California was cover undocumented folks. Now that's a great. But here's the thing: the cost control. There's no rate regulation. Elizabeth Rosenthal, who's written a book, American Sickness, she's one of the top journalists in the country reporting on healthcare. In the lifetime of her professional work, she saw healthcare go from a caregiving profession to an industry based on revenue and profit. That's the New York Times. That's what's happened. And unless we confront that reality, that it's an industry model of revenue and profit, you're not going to change it. You're not going to change it incrementally by keeping the insurers in the middle of the system. It cannot be done. And of course, it's not universal because there's still in California 3 million uninsured. Well, this is the illustration. I'm not sure what he's doing in the hospital room, but I imagine it's nothing good. And I really appreciated, Ben, your story about the nurses, because ultimately what we're trying to do is have a healthcare system based on those values of caring, compassion, and community. That's really what we're trying to do, is take those values of caregiving and replace them with the imperatives of the industry model. That's it at the heart. And so, but look at this. This is actually relatively low. Do you know that Medicare for All is more popular among Republicans than not? That is, 46% of Republicans support it and only 38% oppose it. 58% of independents support it. 75% of Democrats. Tell me one issue. Give me one example of a Republican issue where their base supports it by 75% and they don't do it. I'm waiting. It is a travesty that the Democratic Party won't even implement its own damn program. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Healthy California Act, but 52% of Trump voters making under $30,000 a year support a federal government guarantee of health care. Working class voters for Trump support a government guarantee of health care. So we are in a profound political moment. And the fact is, that's why we're doing well in California. That's why we have 113 co-sponsors of HR 676. That's why politicians are rushing to say they support single payer. It's a great story. The Democratic National Committee came to Los Angeles last week to talk about their vision. And so they were interrupted by single payer activists saying, you know, single payer now. And they're like, oh no, we support single payer. The problem is they didn't say that up front. It wasn't part of their agenda, right? They'll do it in response. And that's what we have to change. So here's the key provisions. And and I'm going to just talk very quickly about why you can do single payer at state level, okay? Because there's a very compelling analysis by William Shao from Harvard done in 2011, where he says you can take the federal monies that are currently paid through Medicaid and the ACA and put them into a single channel, and then replace those insurance company premiums that employers and individuals are paying with public financing. That is state single payer in a nutshell. Take the existing revenue from federal and state sources, replace the insurance company premiums, deductibles, and co-pays with public financing, and you have a budget. In California, if you were to put everyone in a comprehensive benefit system, it costs $400 billion. If you do that through single payer, it's $331 billion. And we're currently spending $370 billion in California on healthcare. So what we are able to show is that not only is it viable at the state level, it's actually the best and only real response to what the GOP are doing in Washington. Because if you can't take control of your own healthcare destiny, you're going to be at the mercy of the industry's ability, and I think we all know what that ability is, to get whatever they want from Congress, right? So what we're doing in one simple plan that guarantees healthcare to all residents of California. We've quantified the savings for workers and businesses is in the billions. It is in the billions. No insurance company premiums, co-pays, and deductible. This is the most important point of all. Because if we do not tell our neighbors and our community folks that we're trying to organize that we will solve the out-of-pocket expense, then we don't really have a program. We have to be clear with folks that we found in California 36% of people have a deductible of $2,000 or more a year. They literally can't get the health care they need. An ambulance ride costs $2,000, and 47% of Americans don't have $700 in the bank to cover an emergency. So tell me how any kind of cost sharing works. Tell me if you're making even like a lot of money, like 90 grand a year for a family of 4. The Affordable Care Act says you can pay $10,000 a year about $9,000 a year in out-of-pocket expenses. That's the affordability standard. No, it's not. No, it's not. So we have to be very clear on that point. Eliminates bureaucratic waste, inefficiency, and marketing costs. Let's stop talking about government inefficiency and talk about insurance company inefficiency, can we? 20 cents on the dollar, 30 cents on the dollar, 12.5 cents each dollar for marketing. Well, yeah, no wonder they have no time to, approve your MRI, right? I mean, my God, there's the growth of administrators in healthcare is astronomical. I talked to this ER doc at a big academic medical center in LA. He says that he spends 80 grand a month just getting paid. 80 grand a month just to get reimbursed. And then we get to this point about doctors, nurses, clinicians in charge, right? He's very clear. This is an ER doc in a big academic medical center. He says, there's no single standard of care. If you're on Medicaid, it's not just that you only get the health care you can afford. It's that if you only can afford low-cost healthcare, you get low-quality healthcare, right? And so it's segregated by your ability to pay and based on quality. So one of the key aspects of the California bill is a single standard of safe therapeutic care for all. That is a revolutionary. That is a revolutionary provision, because that is how you establish healthcare equity and justice. And we have to be able to go to any doctor of our choice, because otherwise the insurance companies are telling us where to go. We have to have doctors and clinicians in charge, because they're the ones looking over the shoulder of the nurses and the doctors. I mean, you're lucky that the nurses have time to deal with you. Many nurses will have 7, 10 patients on a shift, typically. They don't have time to hear your story, literally don't have time. Progressively based premiums fund, and we do have a very progressive financing proposal for the bill. We're able to do it in such a way, as I said, to save businesses and individuals billions. And here's the key thing. We're not going to tell, you don't have to have a big tax base like in Iowa, relatively small state. But all we have to do is replace the insurance company payments employers and individuals are making with public financing. The money is there. Iowans, just like Indianans, are entitled to every federal dollar. Every federal dollar for which we're eligible, we got to get. And if there's one silver lining, I don't even want to call it a silver lining. I would just say it's a coincidence that one of the things the GOP does is devolve things to the states. That's generally a very bad idea when they do it. But in this case, there is greater state flexibility on healthcare policy. That's just true. We can exploit that. We preserve a role for the Taft-Hartley trust funds that unions have, and we have very comprehensive benefits. I mean, look at this. It includes women's reproductive health services. In California, we have publicly funded abortion, and so it does include that as well. That is perhaps more controversial than other places. And it covers the undocumented. Believe it or not, the coverage of the undocumented in California is not our biggest political problem. Our biggest political problem are the insurance company and healthcare industry donations to the Democrats who control state government. That's our biggest political problem. So we're able to do these benefits. When I gave you that number of $331 billion, we're able to do Medicaid long-term care benefits as part of that program. And we will eventually fold in workers' comp as well. So this is the beauty of this, is that if we reallocate the money, we can actually guarantee health care with comprehensive benefits. It's literally possible. I just like this illustration because, well, I like big red boxes. No, because it's simple. It is simple. And the big red box is where you take those existing, convert the ACA, CHIP, and Medicare spending into Medi-Cal, Medicaid in this case, spending, other federal and state monies, and then you replace that employer individual contribution, boom, and you pay, and you negotiate prices. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to set rates and negotiate rates for hospitals so they can't charge 300% of their costs. We're going to reduce prescription drug costs by 30%, it's estimated. And we're going to be able to pay providers who currently get less when they serve Medicaid patients, pay them more, and then probably pay others less than what the commercial insurers are paying. But at Medicare rates, providers can make a good living at Medicare rates. You need to adjust those. But in other words, it's very straightforward. We're not getting a lot of pushback because we're talking about a greatly improved practice environment for docs. I mean, think of it. You're no longer, as an insurance company, going to tell you you can't do the MRI. You're not going to have $75,000 for a typical medical group in billing and administration. And you're going to get paid swiftly and reliably. Medicare does pay that very reliably. So a tremendously improved practice environment, like when you improve staffing for nurses, it encourages doctors to stay in the profession and new doctors to join. That is not an insignificant issue in the current climate. We already pay 70% of all healthcare costs in California. Nationally, that's about 60%. Here's the line. We have a publicly funded healthcare system. We're not just getting our money's worth. That's the problem. That is exactly the problem. So, lower administrative costs, negotiating directly with providers, consolidating our tax dollars. That's why I say it's relatively straightforward. You can we can throw up a lot of barriers, right, to doing this kind of Medicare for all at the state level. But you cannot deny the overwhelming case for its simplicity. It is just so much easier for everyone. No longer do you have to choose a health plan. No longer does your doctor have to get their procedures approved. No longer do you, and there's a huge amount of churn. I don't know, anyone on the individual marketplace, the ACA? I mean, it's like, right, each year it's like, oh, it's a different set of plans. 40% of people change every year. Sometimes you go from being qualified for Medicaid to now being qualified for subsidies under the ACA. It's a mess, and it's complicated. All that gone.
And it may be gone here.
And it may be gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, right, exactly. Which is even worse. I mean, it's like, how do you go from bad to worse? How does that happen? Right? And how much, I know. But I'll tell you, behind that though is the industry and the industry model. And and that's, we really have to keep that in mind. So here's the for our communities, guaranteed benefits, no barriers to care. Even a $2 copay can actually deter people from going to the doctor, as low as $2. All those benefits are included, essentially community clinics, other providers, again, stable funding, and then the choice. For businesses, this is really true. We often hear about businesses who have Cadillac health plans, right? How can you preserve a plan if it has no deductibles, no co-pays, in the face of a market where the premiums are escalating and everyone else is losing benefits? It's simply not sustainable. And that's the other aspect of the system. It must be sustainable. Those employers who are providing coverage, we estimated that a small business in California who's currently providing health care has less than 10 employees. We will exempt them from the public financing. They're currently paying 22% of their payroll. It goes down to 0. Now, I hear a lot of talk in Washington about small business, almost as much as we hear about businesses as job creators, right? Small businesses, they're the engine of our economy. There's nothing they're doing that's going to help small business. The only thing that'll help small businesses is get them out of the healthcare business. That's what we need to do. Single payer does it. Relieves businesses of benefit administration, burdens, and costs. Real healthcare cost control means new resources for growth. I think the business case is possibly the strongest case of all. It's shocking. It's shocking, but I think that may be true. Workers finally get healthcare at the bargaining table and the cost shift. Any union members in the House? I mean, come on, how tired are we of beating up one corporation to give the money to the insurers, and we're just lucky if we get a raise at all, right? Every time it's healthcare benefits. Oh, we're going to tweak the plan. We're going to go from a $15 copay to a $25 copay, and then we're going to go into managed care for this group of population, and then we'll be able to, save some premiums. And oh, but forget about family coverage. Sure, I'll give you coverage for you, but your family, no way. Who can afford that? $2,000 a month, right? So it just simply makes no sense. Now we've got to lock in comprehensive benefits. We've got to be able to show that the good union plans out there are matched by this. But we can shift those dollars into wages, and we're arguing that really, and when you look at the fiscal picture and the destruction of pensions, both in the private and public sector, guaranteed health care is the solution to the pension crisis. Because where are those resources going to come from? They need to come from the insurance companies. That's who's got our money, right? So, I think you're losing your job doesn't mean losing your health care. That's why I was in this discussion. This guy's like, well, I got a good government health plan. I don't pay any premiums or deductibles and copays. And so somebody asked him, well, what happens if you lose your job? Oh. So that kind of brings a certain clarity to it, I think. I do think it's important, though, that we make it clear that this is in terms of like a state or federal government, we're able to dedicate revenues to healthcare. We're able to dedicate revenues to healthcare. Makes that, that sense of security, I think is very, very important. So creating that reliable independent funding stream is essential. It does take a movement. And I'm going to talk about this for a second. I don't know, where are we on time?
15 minutes left.
Okay, so let me just wrap up, and maybe we have a little time for questions. Would that be good?
Yeah.
Okay. The truth is, the fight for Medicare for all is the healthcare justice wing of the broader justice movement. We are not going to win single-payer healthcare if we're still doing free trade agreements. We're not going to win Medicare for all if we don't win the fight for 15. Right? We're not going to have healthcare justice if black folks are still killed on the streets and there's mass incarceration. These are part of the same justice demands. We are not going to have a food policy that is democratic and actually serves our needs if the healthcare industry is still being driven by revenue and profit. Because it's the same economy. It's the same dynamic. And so we do confront this. We confront this and that's why I think it's so profound, because it is so personal. We confront this in personal ways. But it really is a window to what's wrong with our society, where we are treated as consumers instead of humans, where the imperatives of corporation override the needs of individuals. And so those same dynamics are just more maybe profound when it comes to healthcare, but is real throughout society. So we also have an obligation. We take this window of experience, and we take that and we organize this issue with others. And we've got a new movement for Medicare for all in this country. I mean, I'm in Oakland, California. There are 28-year-olds going out on weekends, door-to-door canvassing for guaranteed health care, for single payer. 28-year-olds. And I was in this movement for a while when there weren't any 50-year-olds in it. I mean, it was, So there's this profound generational change going on now in the healthcare reform movement. These young folks realize their future is at stake. And here's what I think really it comes down to. There is a profound sense of anxiety and insecurity in our society. And that is experienced, just that fear, Ben, that you've had. I mean, some of us, can relate, right? It's just that terror, right, of the unknown when it comes to our own personal health. And that anxiety makes people change their political views. It opens a window to talk about that anxiety that you feel around health. Others may feel when they're stopped by the police, right? Others may feel when their farm faces foreclosure. Others may feel when on the precipice of having been unemployed for months. What are they going to do? All those anxieties we can talk about. As Alicia said, what are you afraid of? We have a solution. And the profound solution that we have challenges those political assumptions about the primacy of the free market, about the private is always better than the public. It challenges those and enables us to talk about a vision of freedom. How can you be free if you're not healthy? How can you be fully human if you're worried that you can't even go to the doctor? So what we offer ultimately is peace of mind. And that may be the most profound political opportunity we have, is in this time of turmoil and destruction, really, of the civil society. We have a solution. And it says we're all in this together. We can create a healthcare system that guarantees what we need as people. And so that's what I offer, is that we have a movement moment, but we have a profound moral imperative to guarantee healthcare. That's why it's so important that we're here together today. So thank you. Thank you. You want to take questions, Jack?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Everywhere has people who work in the health insurance industry.
Every place in the United States have people who work in the health insurance industry, but we might have a little more here in Iowa, Walmart, some things like that. Does your plan have anything about retraining for those people?
It does. It does. We do have retraining for workers, very important point. The ACA has expanded the number of eligibility workers, for example, in Medicaid, so we have a public sector. And then you have a lot of folks in the insurance industry. So we have a very specific provision that provides for a just transition for those workers. The economist from UMass Amherst who's done our study is an expert in conversion from the fossil fuel economy to the green economy, Professor of Poland. And so we're taking his expertise and applying it to healthcare. And what we like to say is that we want to give those folks in the insurance industry the opportunity to retrain so they can go from denying claims to paying claims. And also open up new clinician jobs. We want to shift from administration to clinical work. So we have to take it very seriously. We did a study in 2009 where we said, hey, put everybody in Medicare just as it is. 2.6 million new jobs, net the loss in the insurance industry. So we know it can be done. I'm just going to give the front row. Sorry.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, obviously a big advocate and proponent, or very big supporter of single-payer healthcare and Medicare for all. I'm wondering if the California plan includes certain coverage of healthcare that may be more like social services, for example, coverage of personal care assistance for people with disabilities living in California?
Yeah, we're working with caring across generations to make sure that we have appropriate coverage for those social services. And so I wouldn't say that the language in the bill is finished on that point. We need to do some more work, but that's the policy that we're going to apply. And we're also taking out a lot of the benefits for disabled people are means tested, right? It's based on your income. So we're eliminating that as well. So we eliminate means testing and also expand Social Security.
I'm a mental health peer support specialist. I do work for an insurance company, soon to be unemployed because I can't stand the immorality of the company that I'm working for. All the people that I work with are in Medicaid expansion. I think one thing that's not mentioned often in this are the people who are mentally ill. I want to give a real quick example, and I'm going to ask a question. I work with a gentleman who has schizophrenia. He has multiple types of psychosis. He's also being treated for substance abuse. He has a doctor, he has a psychiatrist, he has medication, which he has never had before, and he's finally able to work. This man is going to lose all of that when we lose Medicaid expansion. My concern is what's going to happen to those folks and the access to care. We were ranked number 49 in the country on access to mental health care. There are no providers in this state. We use telemed now. This gentleman is seeing a psychiatrist via television in Florida. So will we address that program, that need?
Yes. Here's the deal. And that's true everywhere in the country. Inpatient beds for mental health services have been closed. And why is that? Because hospitals can't make any money on mental health. And so when you go to a publicly financed and administered system, you're able to change those priorities. And so you're able to say, like for example, we do in the California bill, we take over the capital budgets for healthcare facilities. So the entity will be allocating investment to build facilities where they're underserved, or they will not fund investments where there's an over, supply of that facility. So that's how we have to do it. We have to change the capital budgets, basically, right, driven by revenue and profit imperatives to then service imperatives. So we do that. But you can only do that in a publicly financed and administered system. The Medicaid expansion, I guess, under the current GOP bill will end by 2023, 2024. Again, that's why it's so imperative for Iowa, just like California and elsewhere, to step up and figure out a state program.
We've had a number of states with Medicaid expansion and some that did not. Okay, do we have any stats like in states that have expanded that there's less, we'll say, amputations from diabetics and stuff like that? What's some of the comparisons that we can really put our fingers on and says, this thing works?
I don't have that off the top of my head, but you're right. We need that. And it is, I have seen
some journalist reports on that there are certain indicators that have improved substantially in the Medicaid expansion states, but I'm not going to recall them off the top of my head. So we need to do that. But you're right, there is really no question, right, that there are individuals who have spoken out now under this fight who would not literally be alive without the Medicaid expansion. We've seen a number of anecdotal stories about that.
Jackie, you take it. You choose.
All right, let's give it over to Ken, and then we'll go over to that side, all right? What do you got? We've got 5 more minutes.
One of the things that's happened in the state of Iowa is that communities have approved raising the minimum wage. The state of Iowa, its legislature came along and says, oh no, we need a standardized minimum wage. California wants to go to a single-payer health care program. What's to stop the federal government from saying states can't do that?
Well, the ACA in Section 1332 has a specific provision designed to enable states to do single-payer. So there's statutory language in place that they are not, and that's not subject to the Republican appeal. That's not going away, number one. Number two is the Cassidy, the Cassidy-Graham version of repeal just simply shifts all the money to the states. And the assertion is that can get more GOP votes than the McConnell proposal. So it tells you about the politics of it, right? It's not good, but it is useful. That there is this politics of pushing the funding down to the states and letting the states do what they want. And then I talked to an analyst who worked, a lawyer who worked out of CMS, is now in California, and she said, if they're granting waivers to other states and not to California, you can litigate. It is subject to judicial review ultimately. And so that's why we got to start now, because if this stuff's going to go down in 2023, 24, we got to get our ducks in a row.
I think we had someone back here, so let's go to the back of the room since we've been back.
I was just wondering if you would have this presentation online somewhere accessible so that when we write to our legislators, we'll be able to have some facts to back up our...
Right. So go to healthyca.org, healthyca.org, and you'll find these PowerPoints there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Healthy
Write
CA.
it down, please, that way I can put it on my cell phone.
What's that?
Write it down.
Yeah. Oh, I have a slide too. Here, let me get the slide. See, there it is.
Two-part question really quick. First part is, were there any studies done in California, my home state, about how much it would tax the infrastructure, the healthcare infrastructure that already exists if you went to universal? And the second question is, in New Zealand they have universal and private, so you can buy private. Would there be a provision for that?
Well, we're taking a hardcore version of that second question, and we're saying no. We're saying no. That's why they're so comprehensive. That's why the benefits are so comprehensive. And that's the trade-off, right? And you can spend less through the public system, maybe less benefits, and then, supplement that through private pay.
Quotes were high because they have private and public.
Exactly.
And that's why those figures are higher, because they live longer and they're lower for people universally.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Now, your first part of the question, we estimated that those who are uninsured will see a 50% increase in their use of services. Those who are underinsured, we estimated, as I said, 36% of Californians have a $2,000 deductible or more. We estimate a 15% increase in usage of services by them. So we do account for that. And our assessment is the infrastructure is sufficient. We improve the practice environment, stabilize the rates, reimbursements. We think with the doctor we can better address the doctor shortage, which looms regardless of what system we have.
All right, we got 2 more questions, Tim and then Ashley, and then we're going to have one of our other healthcare leaders tell us about some next steps.
Thank you very much. Michael, wonderful presentation. My gosh. It's very frustrating here in the U.S. when you hear that other countries cover everybody and pay half as much. And so there's obviously something really, really wrong with that. And if California can get it going, that would be a blueprint for the rest of the country. What do you think the odds of getting this done, and when might it happen?
It's great having a young person involved, isn't it? Thank you, Jack. You know, I actually think the momentum is on our side, even though the bill is stalled. And I think what's going to happen is we're either going to get it through this year, and I think that's still a possibility, or we're going to elect a Democrat in 2018 that we can do it in 19. But I actually believe, I mean, if you look at the momentum, there's not really an alternative, right, to the GOP assault. And this is what Trump promised. Actually, what we're doing is what Trump promised. Exactly. So we're trying to get a meeting with President Trump to convince him. No, we're not. We're trying to get a meeting with Governor Brown to convince him. And that's what it's going to take. That's what it's going to take.
Hi, my name's Ashley, and I don't think there's a single person in this room who cares about healthcare who hasn't been tirelessly calling our representatives, showing up at offices, and demanding that our representatives who we've elected make sure that their constituents are able to live happy and productive lives. Unfortunately, we can't seem to create empathy at the State House or in Washington. So I'm really curious about what steps it took in California to lead to the success. How do we organize successfully to make sure that all these wonderful things I think almost everyone here in this room agree with come to fruition? And is it a matter of, you know, continuing to hold folks accountable and hoping they do the right thing, or are we just going to have to vote them out?
Well,
we're going to replace them with us.
Exactly. I think it's all of the above. Okay, honestly. And here's what happened in California, though. California went through a managed care revolution, right, in the early 90s and then through the 90s. And so what's happened in California is that people, and there were pretty severe restrictions during that time. And so there's been a healthcare fight going on there since then. We did an initiative in 96, a patient bill of rights for HMOs, that eventually got enacted into state law by the year 2000 or so. Then we had a single-payer initiative on the ballot during that time. We had 2 single-payer bills get to the governor in the mid-2000s that were vetoed by this guy named Schwarzenegger. So it's a long term. It's taken us a long time to get here, you know, a couple of decades. But what we found is now the Democrats who would vote for it when the Republican would veto it won't do it if the Democrat in the governor's mansion isn't for it. And then we do believe these industry contributions are driving policy here, and reluctance to do single payer. So I think that's another place we've got to go in Iowa and elsewhere. We've got to start calling these people out on the money they're getting from the industry on whose behalf they're enacting these policies, particularly the pharmaceutical corporations. And I think linking the money in politics issue to healthcare and why the GOP is doing what it's doing, or Democrats are reluctant to do Medicare for all, exposes this for, you know, alienated voters, for people who don't think politics can solve the problem. And all of a sudden we're talking about this in a way that says, oh yeah, okay, I get it now, we can change it. And I think ultimately it's, as the sister said, we're going to have to vote them out, and that's what we're going to do in California. We're going to have to go after the assembly members and understand that what they're trying to do, the Democratic leadership is trying to do in California, is prevent a vote before the filing deadlines for the 2018 election. That's what they did. That's why the timing was changed, to avoid that accountability, so we have to enforce it.
Right.
Awesome. That question is a great way to transition into what we're doing next. Hannah's going to lead that about how we can do this here in Iowa. So Hannah, why don't you come on up?
Okay, so let's give another thank you to Michael one more time. So real quick, I'm Hannah Sawyer. I just graduated from the University of Iowa, and I'm also the current title holder for Miss Wheelchair Iowa. With a platform of adequate access to healthcare for all, particularly people with disabilities. Two things real quick that Michael touched on that I want to talk about is choice and how we all deserve the choice to choose who our doctors are, who is taking care of us. Very important for people with disabilities, like I brought up with Michael. A lot of healthcare is social services of funding coverage of personal care assistance. The other thing he talked about real quick is you can't plan when you're getting sick, and I think Ben brought that up as well. I just want to say, yeah, like you can't plan that, but you are sure you can count on it that it's going to happen. And I think for a lot of people with disabilities, there's this sort of disconnect of, oh, well, that's them and this is us, but the fact is healthcare is going to be needed for everybody at some point because you're going to get older. Okay, so because of my physical disability, I rely on personal care assistance, and I need nearly around-the-clock care. And when these services are not provided for people with disabilities and for everybody, as we've heard, people are going to suffer, and they have suffered. So here in Iowa, as all of you know, Medicaid was switched to being privatized. And when that happened, I was put on the managed care organization AmeriHealth Caritas, which was a nightmare for my family and I. They cut the pay rate that I was paying my current helpers by nearly $3, and they were uncooperative when we requested an appeal and to even meet with someone from the company. And that's not right.
That ain't right.
So after much headache and dead ends, my mom spoke with the state ombudsman, who suggested that we try to get me back under the non-privatized Medicaid in Iowa. And when that happened, thankfully, we were able to do that, and I went back to being managed by the Department of Human Services, DHS. DHS assured me that we could keep the same pay rate that I was paying my helpers, which is appropriate for an important job and a job that needs to be valued by our society.
Right.
But that isn't the case for everyone else in Iowa that is still being managed by the MCOs. Privatizing Medicaid, which created a healthcare system that put profits over people, was never the solution. This has caused more harm for those that it was meant to serve. Other MCOs have already cut hours for people with disabilities and those whose services they need. And AmeriHealth, the MCO that I was under, recently announced that they're going to be cutting hours as well. This is not right, especially when those at the state level, including Governor Reynolds, have the power to stop this. Since her and her administration have failed to do this, we are choosing to take it into our own hands to create a healthcare system that allows me and other people with disabilities to live and succeed. We want a system that is working for those who rely on it, not big companies trying to make a profit.
Right.
All of you to join me in not simply staying on the defense in this fight, but going on the offense. I believe that we can use this moment of healthcare crisis to build a healthcare movement that assures access to quality healthcare. On July 20th, 25th, and 29th, ICCI will be going doorstep to doorstep of decision makers so that we can turn protest to people power within this healthcare movement. On July 29th is the National Healthcare Day of Action. Our lives are on the line. There will be marches and rallies across the country and in the state of Iowa. And we have something exciting and powerful planned where we will be going doorstep to doorstep of those who have the power to change this. Now is the time to change, to turn protest to people power. Thank you.
Real quick, hold up. Let's give a big round of applause to Ben, Michael, and Hannah. All right, we're going to need you on these beds. Because like Michael said, we're standing up to one of the biggest industries out there. And we're going to take it down, am I right? Right? The one thing we're going to need you to do is right up there, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, call Senator Ernst, call Grassley, tell them no to vote on this bill, and that we need health care for all. Am I right? And then, on Thursday, you're going to come with us to Indiana, Garza, see if you can make it. Then next Tuesday, Senator Ernst's office, and then on the 29th, we're going to go to the decision makers, all right? First we go to lunch because we got a big fight ahead of us, so batten up, all right?
To the White House, feel the burn, make them feel the burn. So the haters on the left, they can feel the burn. Yeah, you see him scared shook, he's a democratic socialist, but they don't even know what it means, they just roll with it.
Well, thank you everybody for joining us here today. That was Michael Leidy. He is with National Nurses United and phenomenal speaker talking about healthcare in the United States and how it needs to be a right, single payer, and what's going on in California to move that agenda forward. And we're well aware of the battle that's been happening there. Thank you all who have joined us today. 136 plus watching right now. More than 1,200 people have stopped by to see this video. Please share, please like, subscribe. This is how we get the message out. It is up to us to inform the electorate. They're on a lunch break right now, and we're going to cut to a couple videos, but we're waiting on Tom Fegan to show up. Tom Fegan ran for U.S. Senate in Iowa back in 2016 when Bernie Sanders was running, and he was one of the first people to actually stand up and support Bernie Sanders. And Tom is a friend of the program channel. He's been with us from the very beginning, one of the original Bernie supporters. He's a badass. And we're looking forward to Tom joining us, talking about what's going on in Iowa. We got a message earlier today in our Slack channel. Laura Livengood was talking to Tom, setting this up, and he said to tell John that he brought his pitchfork. So, right? Here, let me bring Laura Livengood in. Hey, Laura, how you doing?
Yes. What's the pitchfork thing? That's is that an old joke with you guys?
Yeah, Tom and I. Well, I think in the last interview I did with Tom, he said I asked him a question. I said, "When do we get the pitchforks out?"
Ah, okay.
Right. When is it time? When are we? He says we were just talking about mobilizing, and not necessarily like acts of violence. Just when are we that mad that we're gonna really go to it? And I think he's saying this. It's time. We're here. It's the eruption's happening. Well, you smile.
Time to storm the castle.
How's everybody in chat? Hey, everybody.
Great.
Oh, so many people.
We've got a great chat today. A lot of names from the past that have been dropping in and saying hello. So,
hey, Dennis.
Always good.
Yeah, Dennis is here with us, too.
Very few trolls.
Say hi, everybody. Dennis is feeling the burn from dancing his butt off last night, right, Dennis?
Yeah. Yeah, my best friend, who we are friends for 15 years now. She's like a little sister to me, and we were dancing in like crazy because it was salsa, merengue, and samba night, and we both love to dance. And hey, I'm one of the guys who knows to dance, so every girl around, even with their boyfriends, they all ask me, "Can you dance with me?" Yeah, but hey, you can't say no to them. So yeah, I was dancing like hell, and my feet are burning like I don't know. I would like to change my like shoes if it was possible, but it's not. So I have to go through this. So yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, we met you during Ramadan. We didn't know this about you, so this is good.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Ramadan. So that's off the topic. If in Ramadan I don't dance, I don't smoke, and so on. And now I'm free to go.
Excellent. And speaking of dancing and burn, I'm going to connect all this together. Actually, I don't even know the dancing. Laura Livengood and I have been talking about, we've been wanting to do a music show for quite some time. Yeah. Trying to put that together, and I think we now have a way to do it. YouTube's made some changes to their policies and things, and we can actually figure this out with your help too. And we've got an interesting event coming up here. I don't know what day is it on? Is it 21st? Laura?
August 21st. It's the big, huge ass solar eclipse that's going to happen, and the path of totality goes right over Corvallis, Albany, where you are. And I guess from what you were saying, John, is that they're going to be lining the freeways, and I know now that I've been talking about it, I'm hearing it's going to be a big ass deal. So I'm heading up there, I think, to take part in this, and John and I are plotting what we can do to commemorate the occasion.
Yes. Well, I think we're going to do like a dance show. We have to play music. It's like a VJ show. And we'll
sun and moon.
Yes.
Songs.
Yes. Sun and moon songs, feeling the burn, about the sun, about the eclipse of democracy, feeling the burn. That's what I was going to go with.
Well, I think the big deal about this eclipse is that the timing of it is that it's just going to have a stripe that people all across the United States are going to be able to see it as it progresses across the United States in this big stripe. And that's very unusual for an eclipse. So that will be, so yeah, it's kind of hippy dippy, but hey,
Well, and I'm hoping there's a lot of professional cameras out there and footage that we can grab and share on screen of people showing the eclipse from different places across the U.S.
Right.
You know, don't look at it. Obviously, everybody, we'll try to bring you filtered versions of that thing as it's going on.
We have the technology. I'm going to get some eclipse glasses, though.
Oh, good. Yeah. I have this really nice telescope that you can't use to look at the sun anyway, but you can get the filter things put on, and I got to figure out how to do that. I was gonna make that. Anyway, it's gonna be fun. We'll have fun. We'll pick songs. We'll sing. We'll dance. We'll make Dennis show us his moves. Right? Because I don't think you know
our
this.
Summer vacation.
Yes.
My summer vacation.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I'm a big disco guy, so I can't dance. But I'm a disco fan, so I want to see if Dennis can bust some moves to some old school. All right, we're talking some Bee Gees. All right, there's a lot of get into the proto funk, right? Boz Scaggs. I'm a big Boz Scaggs fan.
Okay. I'm down with Boz. See? I learned how to do the hustle to Boz Scaggs.
Dennis is on it, everybody. This is come on, get back up there, Dennis. This is ratings for the revolution. Come on,
he can't hear you. He doesn't have his earphones.
Oh, that's right. He sat back down. You guys, chemo weed slingshot. That's what you could use a giant gun for. What giant gun? What are you guys talking about? This professional break has devolved. Yeah. I'm really trying to do my best to keep this broadcast very clean and clear and positive. And I don't think there's been a single F-bomb. I don't even think we've cussed yet. I think that's been pretty amazing for us.
So. Well, this is for the people who are new. This is introducing you to kind of how we are on normal days.
Yes. Burnstock at John's. I like that.
Yes.
There's So listen.
Careful.
There's actually a big field behind our house that our neighbor owns that's not doing anything with. Occasionally, the other neighbor lets 2 cows in there and they wander around. Other than that, everybody could come up there. The problem is I'd have to talk to the neighbors. We'd have to plan this. Do this thing, right? I can't just say, hey, honey, we got a whole bunch of burners coming up here to hang out and look at the sun together.
If not for this, then for what?
Right. Why not?
Besides, we've never met in person. This will be great.
Yes, and that's true with a lot of the people with BTV. We don't meet in person, just rarely, right? Anyway, we're waiting for Tom Fegan to show up. We're going to talk with Tom. Meantime, I want to show you some clips from previous We the Peoples. And this one was put together by At Home Activism. Darcy, thank you. If you're in chat still, Darcy's a volunteer and also somebody who does his own video work and on his YouTube channel, At Home Activism. I put links to a lot of the things that I'm using today, like the intro song, Tony Tigg, Feel the Burn. When we started Bernie 2016 TV back in May, the end of May of 2015, at June officially, Bernie Sanders didn't have any press coverage, and I was looking for a way to bring his rallies, because he was going across the country that time, and kind of make them fun and interesting. And Tony Tigg's song, Feel the Burn, was one of the first songs that we'd heard. Somebody make an actual song for Bernie Sanders, about Bernie Sanders, and it was cool. And we used it a lot for the rallies, and it just felt so good we're kind of getting back in that rally mood. And let's open it. So I've got the link to that. Thank you, Tony Tigg, for your creativity in creating that. And all the other links in there that I put are from people who have taken their time to create media for the revolution, right? And it's right there with all of this, all of us together, you and Chad, and doing creative media and working together with Iowa CCI and National Nurses United. And Scott Galinda's out there with Reader-Supported News and LiveView, who helped us secure the equipment that we're using right now to upstream from Iowa. That's all of us working together as the 99% to take back our government. That's pretty powerful. I'm going to play this clip. This is Randy Bryce. Thank you for helping to clean up the audio on that, Darcy, because I did bad with audio. But this is Randy Bryce talking about single-payer health care and the military-industrial complex, because Randy is a vet, and I was really happy to hear his response about this, because I'm not a fan of military-industrial complex. I don't know about you. Anyway, here we go.
There are protections that I think need to be in place until we get, to a single-payer system. Providing health care for everybody seems to be quite a big thing to take on. But at the same time, if you look at, our history, United States history, every country that we've had a military conflict with has some kind of universal health care. So if it's good enough for everybody else, why isn't it good enough for us? The amount of money that we spend on each bomb blowing the other places up, and then, sending no-bid contractors in there to fix it, it's crazy.
Yeah, the amount of money Halliburton lost alone is insane. And you're a vet.
Right.
And, you know, I'm just going to come right out with it. Where do you stand? I mean, if elected, will you take a stand on the military budget, the military-industrial complex?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. We were warned about it a long time ago.
The military-industrial
and it's right,
complex.
Exactly. On his outgoing speech,
we must never
laid it out.
That's why it was outgoing for a reason.
Right.
You know.
True. But I mean, you look at our budget, and then how many countries below us it takes to add up to get to where we're at. Our military is unbelievably strong, and I think for me personally, the best way to destroy an enemy is to make them into a friend.
I decided to run for office because not everybody's seated at the table, and it's time to make a bigger table. I'm the best person to represent this district because I'm a working person. If somebody falls behind, we're so much stronger if we carry them with us. That's the way I was raised. You look out for each other. I think it's time, let's trade places. Paul Ryan, you can come work the iron, and I'll go to DC. We can do so much better together as a community, and our future depends on it.
And as I stated earlier, I like public funding of elections just so it's equal, and it shouldn't be, elections shouldn't be an auction, and there shouldn't be gerrymandering where the representatives choose who elects them. There's just so much wrong with how people are chosen to represent us now, and that's one of the biggest reasons why I'm running, is because Paul Ryan is out collecting money and he's completely blowing off the people in our district.
Thank you very much, Darcy, for making that. Oh, hey, don't cut off me. I was going to do that. That was Randy Bryce, interview with Randy Bryce. And I don't know if you know this, Cindy Matthews. I noticed that you were talking about the blog you just posted. I tweeted that yesterday, Cindy, and Randy Bryce retweeted it. So I hope you get some action out of that. I thought that was really cool. Great title, and thank you for writing all the blogs that you write. Cindy Matthews used to join us on camera with Bernie 2016 TV back during the primaries and helped us out a lot, and she writes a lot on our blog now and always drops those in and shares them with us. And that's another part of the revolution, is another piece of media, independent media, just putting out content that's progressive, that's truthful, that helps engage people in discussion and move things forward. That's all part of it. We all have to do that. So thank you very much, Cynthia. We're just waiting for Scott to kick back in. I said we've got some time. He's not back. Doesn't have it set up in the next room where he's going to be. But this is an hour-long lunch break, so we're waiting for Tom Fegan to show up. And in the meantime, thank you all for being here. I think we'll run another video. This is Bernie Sanders. He's talking about healthcare.
To these children and their families if they lose Medicaid coverage. What kind of country are we if anyone can come before you and talk about cutting health care for children with disabilities in order to give tax breaks to the richest people on earth? It is a moral outrage that this nation will never live down if we take away health care from the most vulnerable to give tax breaks to the very rich. This bill is a moral outrage. It must be defeated, and together we will do just that. Thank you.
Bernie. Looking forward to hearing Bernie. That'll be at 1 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. I'm getting better with these time zones. It's only taken me, 5 years. I've been broadcasting, get down with the time zones. It's tough. Figure out when things are. I know. I saw it in chat. Everybody's asking, when's it going to be on for me? Bernie shows up at the end of the day. We're going to do about a 30-minute speech of Bernie, and then he'll take questions. And I have those questions preloaded because they pushed out, CCI Action pushed out a hashtag Ask Bernie and said, we'll take your questions ahead of time. And it was really cool. And so we have those to show. That's going to be fun. They've really done a great job over there at organizing all of this. Had a lot of communication with CCI, the Iowa CCI. The link to that is in the description of the event. All of these links are. Please go there if you can and donate. Here's a card. CCIAction.org/give. If you're in Iowa, join. If you've got a phone and you're tech savvy, give on your phone. It really takes a lot. Most of these people are volunteers, and the money goes to putting the event together. They have to rent the space. They have to, that they can't volunteer. That there's a lot of stuff, a lot of overhead that has to be paid for, and to put on events like this. So please do what you can to help them out there. If you're in Iowa, do what you can. It's Citizens for Community Improvement. That's what that stands for. I think that's a great idea. Just a community group, right? Working for progressive values like the Progressive Democratic Party of Oregon, which is, I might as well just get this plug out right now. We're 2 weeks away. Is it today? Tomorrow we have a dry run of the Progressive Democratic Party of Oregon's weekly address, talking about what's going on in Oregon, what's going on with the Progressive Party and their caucus, basically. So we're talking about what they're doing to forward progressive values, how they're engaging the Democratic Party, who they're looking for to run to replace non-progressive or corporate Democrats within the Oregon Democratic Party, because there are a lot of corporate Dems in Oregon. Believe it or not, it seems we're not as progressive as we seem. And I think that was witnessed really by a lot of the violence and the racist actions that have happened in Oregon as of late. The rural areas, a lot of those rural areas voted for Trump. I'm in one of those rural areas. I'm working here to change my county from red to blue. I haven't met any of these people that have voted for Trump or are red, but that's the way it goes. I want to meet them all. That's part of the job, right? So do what you can. Help if you can. Get involved. We don't win this. We don't win this just by being on social media. We have to donate. We have to do the groundwork. We have to put in the hard work outside of expressing ourselves and doing fun stuff like this on the net. Me too. I got involved with my local Democratic Party because I knew that I had to do more than just broadcast Bernie and talk about Bernie and be here to support other groups that do. I needed to get involved locally. So I hope all of you are doing that. Hey, Scott Galindez is sitting down. Maybe we'll find out what's going on with him. Huh, you guys having a good conversation there. Hey, Ashley Terry, welcome. Ellis Ray, you joined last year. Congratulations. Good for you. Good for you. Circle the wagons, John. Yes, density. Yes, very much. I'm just going to show the card one more time. There you go. CCIAction.org/give. Please help them out if you can. We will be... Give me 1 second. We'll be right back. I'm going to see what's going on with Scott and what we have for timing. I'm going to put up this lovely "We'll be right back" card, turn off the audio, and we'll be right back. All right, everybody, we're going to come back right now and talk about the second half, the events that are going on, basically the schedule. Here's the next portion of this day. We've got the 6 workshops coming up, and we will be the workshop we will be covering is this one: Erica Andiola, Undocumented and Unafraid, Rising Up in a Divided America. And she spoke at the beginning. It's very powerful. She was one of the 6 that got up and talked about their presentation. So that's the one we will be covering. Thank you for joining us for that. Right now, though, Laura Livengood and I are going to talk about We the People, which is you just watched some clips from We the People. We showed Paula Jean Swearingen, and then we showed Randy Bryce, and that's something we do. We had Stephen Jaffe on a while back, and Laura Livengood has been booking progressive candidates. Just crazy. You want to tell us about, I mean, I'm going to show the card, but just craziness. Thank you, Laura. Who do we have next? Nice. There we go. Yeah, Congress in Minnesota. Yay. I just said, yay. More people run against her. Oh, honey. Laura Livengood. I just realized that Laura's sound wasn't on. I'm so you guys are seeing the sheet. Apologies. My bad with the sound. Here you go. Laura.
Okay. Where do you want me to begin? Back at the top. Okay, we've got the sheet. I can't see it. Hold on,
it's all right. I mean, you guys, you guys can see the sheet right there. We've got Jeff Erdman, Topher, Dorothy, David.
I was looking off of my sheet. Dorothy, David Benak, who's running for Congress in Michigan. Bobby Mahendra, who is running for Senate in Nevada, and he's actually going to be, September 13th. And Derek Crow, we've actually got him scheduled for the 23rd.
Oh, we do?
Of August.
Oh,
yes.
Oh, I don't even have some of these dates on here. We've gone beyond September. Holy cow!
Yeah, I have not updated this for this show. My bad.
So this is a good thing. This is a good thing. We have so many people booked on this, and it would not have happened without Laura Livengood. So I just thank you so much for all the work that
Derek
you've done.
is great. He's the one who's running against Lamar Smith in Texas, and he's going to be the one who's there when I'm up there in Oregon. So we might be able to do this one together live.
That would be fun. That would be fun to do We the People with you here.
Yeah,
that would be blessed. So
we the more than one people.
And with you here, I won't have any issue of your audio being off. You'll be on this mic right here. It won't be a problem.
Unless you do this.
Yeah, well, you can do that.
Shut up, Laura. Anyway, but thank you, everyone. We've got lots of volunteers who have been throwing us suggestions of who they want to see. And now that we're working with Brand New Congress closely, they have got quite a few interesting folks that are on their roster. And we really just want to give these folks a chance to, some of these, it's the first time they've done this type of an internet interview. And it's a really good practice for them. And it's a good asset for them to have at the end. Darcy has been awesome making us these little clips with the subtitles afterward that they can use in social media. So this is what we're doing for them, and we hope it helps them, even if we make mistakes.
Thank you. Yes, and we've also been working with. Justice Democrats was also supporting Paula Jean, and I don't know if we have a contact directly with Justice Democrats, but if you're out there, if you're in the House, if you're watching or watch later, we'd love to work directly with you. If there are any other candidates that you guys are promoting that are not being promoted, or Brand New Congress, you have different people going on, let's talk to you. We're here to support all of you.
Mm-hmm.
So.
We've got lots of Wednesdays between now and Election Day 2018, and we'd like to fill as many of them as possible.
Exactly. And we can open up other dates if we need to. I have no problem with that. I think we got some time. We got some time. Thank you.
We're flexible.
Yeah. So that's what's going on. All right. I don't see Tom. He hasn't dropped by. We're not going yet, everybody. We're at 10:31. Let's watch another video.
Yeah.
This is Scott Galindez, guys, at the last at the People's Summit last month. Just seems like so long ago now. Just really weird. He got some great interviews. We're hoping he'll get some more interviews today. He's been trying to get them to give him access to Bernie. I don't know if that's going to happen. We haven't heard. No, Jane Sanders will not be at the event at all. She just can't. Doesn't have time. She's busy doing her own thing. She started her own organization, right? Sanders Foundation. Anyway, this is Amy Goodman. I love Amy Goodman. She's just awesome. Anyway, this Scott Galindez interviewing Amy Goodman at People's Summit.
And earlier you talked a lot about the importance of an independent media to shine light on progressive causes. Can you elaborate a little?
It's so important that we have a media when we cover issues of war and peace that's not brought to us by the weapons manufacturers. When we cover climate change that's not brought to us by the oil, gas, and coal companies. When we cover healthcare that's not brought to us by the insurance industry or big pharma. We need a media that is truly independent, brought to us by the readers, the listeners, the viewers who are hungry for independent voices. And I really do think those voices represent the majority of people in this country.
And do you see the independent media that has been growing? Do you see that continuing to grow?
I'm very encouraged by independent media outlets. I mean, this is the hope of the future. Media is important because it's the way we learn about the world and the way the rest of the world learns about us. And it has to be through something other than a corporate lens. So I highly encourage people to, shape their own story, to get their own narrative out. It's so important.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Good luck.
And now you know why I keep Laura's channel off. Sorry about that, everybody. We will be right back. All right, everybody, thank you for staying here with us. The Live View solo unit is now coming on in the second workshop room. We'll be back up and running in about 5 minutes here or less. Next workshop's supposed to start at 10:45 Pacific, 12:45 Central. And we'll be watching Erica Andiola. Undocumented and Unafraid, Rising Up in a Divided America. And we are back with the second workshop. Erica Andiola. Undocumented and Unafraid, Rising Up in a Divided America.
Hey, Kaylin. You want to live stream another one, John? Which he's live streaming already.
Oh, okay.
Whichever one does not have a live stream.
I don't know what that would be.
I'm not sure. But I would just check. Just be good. If you don't know with a tripod, go. Okay.
I did healthcare this morning, so you don't have to do that one.
Looks like they're still getting ready to go. I'm glad. I thought we'd missed some already. Thank you to Scott Galindez for all the work he's doing out there, getting this thing going, setting up, moving 2 cameras back and forth. It's a lot of work out there.
All right, hot ones, can you hear me? Hot 2 cents, can you hear me? Hot 2 cents, can you hear me? All right, hi all, how are you guys doing today? Good. My name is Alicia Rodriguez, and I've been a CCI member for about 6 years now. I'm excited to be here with you all today. As you know, this is and will be a turning point in our immigrants' rights work. According to the American Immigration Council, in 2013, Iowa was home to 150,000 immigrants. Since then, the number has significantly increased and will continue to rise. The numbers also don't account for those who are undocumented. Our undocumented community contributes greatly to our state. They work with our farmers and dairy farms in Les Mars, in the slaughterhouses in Storm Lake, and in the back of the house at countless restaurants. They wake up before the sun rises to construct our bridges, roads, and homes, and they work the overnight shifts at hotels across Iowa. Immigrants get the job done. The immigration issue is important to me because I am the daughter of undocumented immigrants. And as a high school student who attends a very diverse school here in the metro, my undocumented peers only fuel my motivation to be a champion in this fight. This fight is for my parents and for my community, and that's what moves me. And today I'm proud to introduce an amazing person who inspires me through her courage to speak up on this issue. And Erica Andiola. Her fearlessness and passion have defined organizing within the undocumented communities. Erica is one of the most well-known dreamers and immigrant rights activists. And she blundered the groundwork in Arizona, but she's all over the nation. She's, with her willingness to battle Democrats like President Obama and Hillary Clinton, she's nationally respected, and she has consulted on immigration policy with members of Congress, including Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign. So with no further ado, please help me welcome Erica Andiola.
How y'all doing? I know you might have some food coma, so bear with me. That's real. The struggle is real right now. But thank you so much for being here. So we're gonna try to really encompass and try to touch on a lot of the different issues that are happening on immigration within the undocumented community, and how that ties into other communities as well, and how we kind of fight together. But it is a very complicated issue, and you all probably know this. It's really hard to talk about it and to also learn all the different policies and the laws that really affect the undocumented community and the immigrant community. But before we go into the nitty-gritty of this, I want to know why you're here. And I know we can't go around because it's going to take a long time. So just by raising your hand, who here knows or has a family member who is undocumented or is affected with the immigration system? Okay, now raise your hand if you have a friend or a coworker or somebody around your community who is undocumented or is affected by the system. Who has a friend or someone you love or that you care about that has been racially profiled by the police or by law enforcement? Okay, so So we're here because we care, because this is an issue that is really not just about undocumented immigrants, but it's an issue that affects all of us. And we need to figure out how to work together, not necessarily to fight for immigrants, but figure out a way to fight with immigrants. In my mind and in my work, I've been able to see the big difference between both. So let me tell you why I'm here. I'm here in the United States since I was 11. And I came to this country with my mother. I try to challenge this narrative of I came with no fault of my own, because I don't think it's the fault of my mother either. We came when I was 11 years old, and I grew up in the United States, specifically in Arizona since then. And as so you know, Arizona is a really interesting state when it comes to immigration. My mom decided to take the journey, and we walked through the border for about 3 days. Not because we wanted to come to Disneyland and because the U.S. is just so great that, you know, we just wanted to cross the border and risk our lives, but because she was going through domestic violence. And because as a woman in Mexico who was not getting protected by her own government, there was no other way out but to figure out a way to come and meet with her family who was already here and who were, majority of them already citizens. And so we took the journey. Growing up in Arizona, to me, really taught me a lot about how to resist since I got to the U.S. So that word is not very new to me and to my family and to my community. When I got to Arizona, you know, I learned right away that it was easier for me to assimilate than it was for my family, but I was able to learn English, I was able to go to, especially, I figured out a way to go to college despite being undocumented. But being in college was the very first time that I realized how hard it was going to be not to have a social security number, not to be able to drive, not to be able to do a lot of things that my peers did. So when I was in college, Arizona, in 2006, and I was telling the folks in the first one, don't do the math. 2006, I was in college in my second year. And despite all the hard work that I did to be able to get scholarships to go to college, because obviously my single mother didn't have the ability to send me to college, I lost every single one of my scholarships due to a law that was passed. And this was a sort of a time in Arizona where our governor was taken to be part of the Obama administration, Napolitano. And we ended up with a terrible governor, and she just started passing anti-immigrant laws like nothing. And so one of them was to deny in-state tuition to undocumented students, and to also deny the ability for us to get any financial aid in the state. And so they took away all my scholarships, and they ended up raising my tuition from about $4,000 at that time to about $20,000 a year. And so, you know, it was sort of a wake-up call to me. I knew that there was things that were not necessarily okay with, you know, the way in which our family was treated in Arizona, because there were laws that were already passing, but I wasn't politicized. I had no idea. I was just living my life, you know, and understanding that I wasn't able to get any services from the state and all, you know, all those kinds of things. But it was sort of normal until it got abnormal for me. Now, I always tell this story because that was the very first time that I was able to see this sort of situation that we got into as undocumented students at the time as a blessing, even though it was a hard time for us. And it was a blessing because it pushed us to start organizing. And I see that that's happening now too, with a lot of communities. It pushes us to start organizing, and it pushes us to start getting to know each other. And so at the university, this was at ASU, Arizona State. Does anybody know anybody from ASU? Any Sun Devils? Are you a Sun Devil?
I went there for a few years.
Oh my God, that's awesome. Sun Devil in the house. Anyways, just had some pride. We were at ASU, and we started, you know, because they took away scholarships, there was a private fund that came together. And the private fund allowed for a lot of undocumented students to apply and to come together and learn about the fund. So guess what? There's a bunch of undocumented people in a room that had never seen each other before. Super awkward. Because at that time, it was kind of embarrassing to be undocumented for a lot of us, right? So we just look around the room, and there was a kid that was in my salsa class. I was like, oh my God, you're also undocumented. It's crazy. It's crazy. But it allowed us to start talking about our own stories and to connect to each other. And at some point, you know, we even tried to figure out ways to help each other find jobs, even if we didn't have a social security number. Try to find ways to, you know, find a driver's license in New Mexico. Things that we had to do to survive. And that sort of survival mode led us into figuring out how we could really push forward and empower each other to change what was happening in a bigger scale, politically, and how much it was impacting us, and how much we could actually impact those policies as well. So, that was the very first time for me that I realized that the only way, and not just for me, but as a whole, all of those students that live in Arizona, we figured out that the only way that we were able to change the narrative that's happening right now, you know that narrative, right? And it's been happening for many years. You're an illegal. Which, by the way, the I word gets dropped in this room and everywhere else. There's no human being who's illegal. And criminals and felons and sort of this whole blanket narrative about the undocumented community and the immigrant community. And so for us, the only way that we were going to challenge that narrative wasn't going to be going to tell other people to tell our stories. It was to come out and tell our own stories. And it was scary. It was scary as hell. I mean, imagine, you know, going out there and telling your story knowing that, you know, somebody is going to find you and they're going to deport you. But for us, it was the only way that we were going to be able to change that narrative. And so, you know, in around 2009, the Dreamer movement started sort of, you know, getting together, not just in Arizona, but around the nation. And we decided to start pushing for the DREAM Act. You all remember the DREAM Act? So for us, it was a legislation, but it was also a really big pushing force for us to start organizing around something. And so the DREAM Act allowed us to have some sort of identity, so we're calling ourselves the Dreamers. That didn't exist before like 2008, so that was kind of like a new thing. And also, we figured out a way to push for legislation in DC, it wasn't just local now, in DC, by challenging politicians with our own stories. And it was so new to us because at the beginning, we didn't even want to say we were undocumented to our teachers. Imagine going to a town hall and being like, hey, McCain, you know, my name is Erica, and I'm undocumented, right? It was really scary, but you have no idea how much it changed the narrative. And I think right now we still have a lot of work to do, and we're kind of starting again in many ways. One of the was when we were pushing for the DREAM Act, we were trying to challenge Democrats to really stand up for us and to stop using us as a talking point, right? We were so tired of it. Like every Democrat out there was like, oh yeah, we're for immigrants. We're so good on immigration. And then you went to them to try to do something and you were not a priority. And so we decided to get together for the very first time as undocumented youth. We went to DC and we told Harry Reid, okay, we want you to put this bill on the floor. And they said, no, you guys are crazy. Like, how are we going to put this on the floor if it's not going to pass? We're like, we just want to vote. We want to vote on this bill because we think it's going to pass. They didn't want to do it, so we said, well, either you put the bill on the floor or you deport us. You decide. We sat in his office, completely undocumented still, with no protection, with our caps and gowns, and we said, we're not going to move from this floor of your office until you put the bill on the floor. Oh yeah, we were upset, we were tired already. And we got arrested. That was the very first time that we said, this is the only way that we're going to be able to change this. We put bodies in the line to show them the world of this entire system and situation. So that was sort of the beginnings of the Dreamer movement, and really a lot of us got empowered to continue to do that, and that's when a lot of these direct actions and civil disobedience actions started happening across the country with actual undocumented people putting themselves on the line. And it was very effective. None of us that I know got deported, that I know, I hope. But we were able to really, really create that moral dilemma. And just to wrap up on just why I'm here, because I was very outspoken, and because I had a really big mouth when it comes to confronting politicians in many ways and talking about this issue, I don't know if it was because of that, it might have been. After we were able to win DACA, then we lost the DREAM Act. We pushed really, really hard to try to get Obama to understand that deporting Dreamers wasn't the right way to go, and that was also politically inconvenient for him, and he continued to deport Dreamers in 2012. So we started going into his town hall meetings, or not town hall meetings, but his events. We started taking Dreamers, and this is true. And guess what? I need to win Nevada. And so where do we go? To Nevada. And we sat in his campaign offices, and we challenged him, and we won DACA. And that was the only win that we were able to really say, you know what? President Obama, all right, great, thank you. But this came from us, right? This came from us, and you made this happen because you felt the pressure from those that are the most affected. So we won DACA, and that was, you know, for many of you, you heard about DACA, but for us, it was a big change in lifestyle. It was a big change for our families. We were able to get a work permit. We were able to get driver's licenses. Some states were challenged on the driver's licenses, like Arizona, but at the end we were able to win those as well. And that gave me the ability to start getting jobs, to actually get, and I'm not gonna lie, I was working before. I mean, I had to work since I was 15, but I was able to work legally when we got, you know, our DACA in 2012. And my very first job was in a congresswoman's office. Which was kind of amazing to me, you know, to like now being able to use this document that I never had before, this 9 digits that nobody really thinks of. But some people really dream of those. So I had those 9 digits and I was able to use them to work for congresswoman. And when I was there, I actually went to get this job interview. And for me, it was a moment that I was like, oh my God, I'm so burned out. We have worked so hard for the DREAM Act. We lost it. We have worked so hard for DACA. We won it. But I'm just really tired. I'm just going to go to my job, and I'm going to just be a caseworker and do my thing. I'm done organizing. I'm so done. But that night that I got that job, I come home, and I get a knock on the door. And I looked out the window, and I saw police. And they said, your brother is outside. We need to talk to your mother, Maria. They knew my mom's name. I said, who are you? They're like, we're police. She needs to come outside. We're taking your brother because he's in trouble. Of course, my mom comes out. She's showering. We're about to go and celebrate that we got a new job. And in fact, it was ICE. ICE came. They lied to us. They took my mother, and they took my brother who was outside. So to me, that was a wake-up call, again, realizing that it wasn't enough. DACA was not enough, that my mom was in jeopardy. We're not dreamers. We didn't come on a fault of their own or whatever is happening right now. They were in trouble and they were vulnerable. And so to me, I was really ashamed in a way because I thought that perhaps that was because I had a big mouth. And that because, you know, a lot of people were looking at us as a threat and they wanted to go after my family. So I felt really ashamed of it. But at the same time, that same night, I thought about this and I said, you know what? I mean, maybe having a big mouth actually could be a good thing. And maybe organizing people for the DREAM Act and for this other, you know, big fight might actually help me to protect my mom. And so I started this campaign. I put up a YouTube video. It got about 60,000 views. We got about 30,000 petitions, thousands of calls to ICE, and people were just calling and going around Twitter. There was a hashtag that was something like "We're Andiola" that went viral. It was just amazing support in 12 hours. People came together. At 9 p.m. in the middle of all these thousands of people VHS. And while the bus was on the way to Mexico with my mom in it, which is 3 hours away from Phoenix, there was so much pressure that around 5, 6 a.m., somebody called a bus driver, and that bus returned and brought my mom home to Phoenix. But again, it took that power of people and the power of organizing. And that was the very first time for me that I said, oh my God, like this is real. We can actually stop parents' deportation, not just dreamers. And now we gotta take it up a step, further and ask Obama to do the same to our parents. And we did. We went out there, we got some moms arrested, which took a while, but we're like, no, you're all crazy, we're not gonna get arrested. We're gonna get deported. And it took so much empowerment, and it took so much for us to work with them, to get to know each other, and to know that they had a community behind them, and they were gonna get protected by us if anything was to happen. And again, this isn't an Obama era, right? Now it's a little different, but at that time, we were able to pose that dilemma. And we were able to win another victory, which was getting Obama to announce this new program called DAPA, the Deferred Action for Parental Accountability. And unfortunately, because it dealt with people that were not the most appealing in the immigrant rights movement, or the immigrant community overall, which was the Dreamers, it dealt with parents, and dealt with those that a lot of folks don't understand, why they're here, or why they're taking my job, and all those crazy things that people say. It was easier for them to challenge that. And unfortunately, they challenged it in court, and we lost the program. So that's a little bit of background. At the national level, and just sort of why I started doing this work, and why I believe that it's so important to organize with those communities and to empower those folks, our folks, to speak up. Now, not everything is terrible. In Arizona, yes, we started with really, really, really crazy policies. And I don't know if you all remember or heard of SB 1070, but it was one of, for those of you who don't, it was the very first time that a state had passed a law that actually allowed police to racial profile. I mean, it was literally like a police could come to you and say, I stopped you because you look undocumented, and so I need your papers, right? And so it passed. And we went from that, from taking away our licenses. When we won DACA, every state had licenses except for a couple, and one of them was Arizona. We also had laws that prohibit us from accessing any services in the state, even healthcare. So, we went from a really dark place, which still we're battling, but we were able to figure out how to really build power locally, which to us was very important. Yes, the Dreamers weren't sort of DACA at the national level, but to push further and to protect our community further, it really, really took for us to go and organize at the local level. And after a lot of struggle, many years of organizing communities and telling those stories, we were able to win amazing things. One of them was we actually sued the governor when they took away our licenses, and for the first time ever that I know, don't quote me on this, because then you're going to go into books and say Erica was wrong. I think that the first time ever that undocumented folks had actually sued the governor and won, and we actually won our driver's licenses back. And so I can actually drive now in Arizona, and my license is from Arizona. The other amazing victory that we had was that we were able to fight back or to fight for our tuition for DACA recipients. So we didn't get tuition back for all undocumented folks, which was taken away, as I mentioned earlier, but we were able to get tuition back for DACA people, which also took another lawsuit, and it's just, it really took years of battle. And just recently, a lot of you might have not necessarily been paying attention to this from Arizona, but when Trump won in November, Arizona was bittersweet for us because we had a terrible person. Basically, Arizona was like international in a way, but we defeated a terrible man who was harassing our communities for many years, and his name is Joe Arpaio. Yeah. You all know who he is. sort of like the Steve King of Iowa is, our Ohio. In a different position of, you know what I mean. So he truly was one of the people who really took this concept of applying everything that sheriffs and local police had to create a deportation machine at the state. And it took he did a lot of terrible things that were actually even unlawful, but he did it. He created a tent city. He ended up, actually talking very openly about how much he didn't like, undocumented people. But you know what? It took years. It took years, and we were able to get rid of Arpaio through electoral work. And so, just so that we can start thinking about that. 15 minutes. Okay. All right. Let's do this. Okay. So our current reality, and I know this is the depressing part of all this. What's happening right now, and I'm just going to go through some of the different things that are happening. This is not everything. When Obama left office, he did leave a terrible deportation machine, and Trump took it and he's making it even worse, right? But how so? In what ways? So one of them is that yes, we ended up completely losing DAPA in courts. They ended the program. So first it was being battled. Now it's done. So there's not going to be any more program that's DACA, that's sort of like DACA but for parents. He changed priorities on deportations. So the way in which I was able to fight my mom's deportation by saying that she was an amazing mother, that she was a grandmother, that she had never, probably had tickets but she had never been arrested. All those different things that we were able to say at the beginning to fight her case are now so much more difficult because now she's a high priority on deportation. Why? Because she had a previous, when we came into the country, she was deported and then we came back again. So that counts as a deportation, and now she's a high priority. So all those folks, also people who have DUIs, people who, right now, literally, he took thousands of people who were not priorities and put them into that category. So it's just so much harder to find deportations one by one. The other part was punishing the parents of unaccompanied minors. You all heard this a lot in the primary, that there was a lot of talk about the unaccompanied minors, what to do with children who were coming by themselves. It's a really hard situation because we know we don't want children coming by themselves, but at the same time understanding that there's a terrible reality for them in Central America and other countries. And so right now, this is very recent, but now parents who are parents of these children who are coming on their own are now criminalized. So they're going to be basically felonies, and they're going to be put into jail for doing this. Which is very complicated. It's not like, it's very complicated. The other part of this is there's harsher directives to ICE officers. Before, we were able to get Obama to at least be a little bit more lenient towards prosecutorial discretion, which means that officers had the ability to say, okay, maybe this person doesn't, it's not high priority, let him go. That allowed us to fight cases even with organizing, right? And really lifting up those cases. Now, there was new directives from DHS that ICE officers have so much more power to deport whoever they want to deport. Not only that, they're telling people that they should be deporting more, even if they have a story that that's powerful, that they have the ability to stay. So that's definitely having a lot of impact also on how we can fight deportations. And then detention centers, as you all speak right now, there's detention centers being built. A lot more detentions being built. And the problem with that is that the more detention centers that are being built, the more lobbying is happening in Congress, just like folks who are trying to get rid of, or they're trying to put pipelines everywhere, they're lobbying Congress, and those who, pharmaceutical companies are lobbying Congress. Well, guess what? Private prisons are also lobbying Congress. Right. And they're getting built, and unfortunately, our asylum seekers are a lot of those folks that are right now detained there. So the way they're doing this is that they're making it harder for asylum seekers to be able to fight their case outside of detention. So now they're basically keeping them in detention until they're able to fight their case outside. So it could take months, it could take years. And in the meantime, they're getting into these detention centers that have absolutely no accountability, or very little accountability from us. And then the last part is that you probably have heard, they're trying to end DACA by September 5th. So there's an AG and an Attorney General from Texas who joined about 9 or 10 states, I can't remember, and they all said to Trump, if you don't end DACA right now, we're gonna sue you in September 5th. Yeah, so this crazy right-wing guy is telling this other crazy right-wing guy, you end this program or we'll sue you. You know, it's like, it has come to this. And so, you know, we're still trying to figure that out, but right now, I'll talk a little bit more what you all can do about this, but it's a real threat, and a lot of dreamers right now are really scared that we're gonna lose our DACA. We lose our jobs, we lose a lot of ways in which we can help our families, and now we will be vulnerable to deportation as well. Okay, so just some ways in which you can get involved. You know, it's not all terrible news. Why not? Because we do have the ability and the power to change things, even if it's in the long run. We do have the power to do that. And I can tell you that it's not going to be me or even Bernie or even any other person who's going to be on you to be able to do this. So, defensive strategies. What does that mean? That we, at the same time that we're fighting for something and that we're trying to get communities to be better at this and to not target our people at the local level, we still have to defend our folks in the meantime. And so one of the things that for me was very, very telling at the beginning of this whole Trump era was that a lot of folks were very focused on the raids. Like, how do we stop raids? How do we stop raids? It's more complicated than just stopping raids. The fact is that at a raid, there's not a lot you can do as an organizer, as an activist. You can let the people that are getting raided know how they can fight back in terms of their rights and education. But when you're there, unless you're ready to do some sort of civil disobedience or to be able to actually like physically stop that, it's very hard in the legal side of things. And so it's important that you all have the ability to document those raids and to be able to use that as a way to fight back against what they do in the long run. What to me is a lot more, a way to be a lot more prepared is figuring out a way to create a network. How do we create a network of protection that is not just focused on, like, oh my God, this is happening, somebody's getting to deportation proceedings, let's run and figure out who do we talk to. We shouldn't be doing that. We should already have a network of people, which includes attorneys, and I know it's really hard to find attorneys that are down with people that are like, I'm going to be there to support you, and that are actually also organizers. But it's important to try to figure out and identify some of those folks. Attorneys, members of Congress, I said it before and I keep saying it, the fact that a member of Congress is a Republican or is very anti-immigrant doesn't always mean that their caseworkers are the same way. And so a lot of us, what we ended up doing in Arizona was that we were actually going to even McCain's office and Flake's office. And you'll be surprised, but their caseworkers do a lot more on immigration than some of the Democratic offices. Yeah, it's crazy, but that's because the caseworkers have a lot of ways to do it themselves, and some of them hear these stories. They have hard. I mean, not that the politicians don't, but you know how that is. The caseworkers actually are able to do this, and so what I would always suggest is try to reach out to the folks in the offices of Congress members, and what they can do is that they can actually inquire about deportation cases, and they can also kind of advocate for them, meaning they can send a letter to ICE saying this person shouldn't be deported because bam, 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 this person is a dad and a worker, blah, 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 blah. So I definitely recommend that. And then the other part that is very important is figuring out how to find clergy that are down with the cause and that are willing to be there for a deportation case. And so one of the things that we did in New Jersey, which was very, very effective, so we took a person who was in deportation proceedings, a dad, actually, and he went in to his check-in with a circle of about 5 to 6 clergy that were very well known local folks that work with the faith community. And it was a great way to get ICE to back up, to back away. It's not a permanent solution, but it's a way to continue to get those folks to stay here and fight their cases. So I really recommend go out there and try to get clergy on your side and get them involved. Organize them. Organize the clergy. And then the other 3, offering sanctuary in churches. Sometimes we think this as the very first part of our organizing. Let's go find a church to provide sanctuary. It's really hard to take sanctuary. My mom just got called back to ICE 2 months ago. She still has to go back and check in with them every 6 months. So I go back to Arizona every 6 months. And one of the things we were exploring was sanctuary because she was really afraid. Unfortunately, it's so hard to figure out how to put yourself in a church, perhaps for months or years, and not being able to see your family, and perhaps letting your family know that they shouldn't come because they're afraid that ICE would be around the church. So it's a really, really tough thing to do, but some people are willing to do that, so it's good to find sanctuary churches. But I think it's also figuring out a way to create a network around the church that is not just clergy and the folks that go to that church, but it's community members that are willing to provide financial support, that are willing to provide physical and mental support, because it's crazy, trust me. So the other part of this is, as an ally, how can you use your citizenship privilege to put yourself, if it has to happen, it's not always the first response to go and stop a deportation physically, but it could be part of the strategy to stop a deportation, right? After the legal stuff is over, there's nothing you can do legally, there's nothing you can do to get ICE to just not deport this person. If they want to physically deport this person, in Arizona we have done it twice, we literally had to get in front of the bus, like that, or we had to tie ourselves physically to the tires of a van that had one of my friends in it. And so, unfortunately, undocumented people can't do that. Residents sometimes can't do that either because they might get a big old misdemeanor that will prevent them from becoming citizens. And so as an ally, start thinking, how can you create a network of response that is ready to do that, right? That it doesn't take too long, that it's like, we need citizens to come now and get in front of this bus, because that's the only way we can stop this for a short period of time, but that could possibly have an impact on the deportation case. So, and then, I know I have very little time, but some offensive strategies, and I know that some folks here locally are going to talk about this, but it's very important. How do we think about creating sanctuary communities? I'm not talking just about how do we, I think getting ICE to stop working the police is a really good first step. But also, how do we start thinking about this as an issue that is, immigration, the immigration system is broken, but also our criminal justice system is broken. Many times, our folks who are just brown or black are getting stopped because of racial profiling, but some of them are undocumented, so they fall into the cracks. The other way around is also the case. Sometimes they're trying to go after undocumented people, but guess what? They stop a lot of folks who are people of color, and they end up either getting harassed or killed. Right. And so this is an issue that is very important for a lot of communities that are vulnerable, whether it's people of color, whether it's undocumented folks, LGBT folks, transgender folks. And so how do we start thinking about our own cities, our states, and our counties as places where we can build local support and local policies and ordinances that can really do that, right? And start pushing for the long term, in the long run. And even if it cannot happen right now, if we start planting that seed, it's gonna allow us to know which politicians are on the right side of the issue and which politicians are on the wrong side of the issue. So even if your city, your county, or your state, it's gonna be almost impossible to get this done right now, get it started. If you get this started, trust me, I think a lot of people are going to start figuring out who are the bad apples in your government, at the city, at the state, or the county level. And so that's, for the most part, it kind of encompasses all the electoral and all the strategies that we need to put in place. So I'm going to stop there, and I want to hand it over, or you want to ask a question?
Q&A is fine. Yeah.
What's that?
We can do some Q&A, probably like 2 or 3 questions.
All right, so we're running against the clock, and we can take 2 or 3 questions, and then we want to hear from our local folks on how you can get plugged into some of these battles. I know it's a lot, but there's a way. There is a way. There's always a way. Okay, over here. Julie?
Julie, yeah.
All right, Julie, if you can stand up so we can all hear you.
You have good eyes. I can read my dad. My question is, and I am just kind of new to becoming politically active, and one of the questions that people, or one of the things that a lot of people say that I disagree with is that illegal immigrants or undocumented immigrants are, you know, getting free health care, and they're getting, you know, food stamps, and they're getting all these, you know, benefits, quote unquote, even though they're not documented citizens. And I just wondered what are the facts about that?
Definitely. Thank you for your question. So it's important to understand that undocumented folks, if you don't have a social security number, if you don't have a way to show that you're a citizen or a resident of this country, it's really hard to get any services, right? So for example, undocumented students cannot get financial aid at the federal level. We don't qualify for loans. We don't qualify for welfare. We don't qualify for social security. None of those services, right? And so it's important for people to know that. But also at the same time, when we're talking about healthcare, and this is, I'm really glad that you're asking this, because we're in a room full of people that I hope believe in healthcare as a human right.
That's right.
And so when you start talking about healthcare as a human right, this is a great way to pivot, because the fact is that if you start getting into the you know, details of like, well, you know, immigrants pay taxes. Look, we're fighting for a universal healthcare system where if people are there, you know, contributing to their communities, they should be able to get healthcare. And if they're human beings, why are you gonna let them go, you know, die or struggle? So I would really encourage folks that when you're talking about single payer, when you're talking about Medicare for all, you know, we're on a revolution, not specifically on immigration. This is, you know, an issue that's personal for me. But in that space, I always talk about Medicare for all, including the undocumented community, because we're humans and we deserve some health care. All right, thank you for your question.
That's what I have said to people. How could they give these services if they don't have a social security?
It's a false narrative.
Okay.
It's definitely, yeah, it's definitely a false narrative. And the fact is that our communities, fake news.
Yeah, fake news. Tell them it's fake news.
All
right.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope that it's a really complicated way to explain, but you know, at the end of the day, we do have to get folks to understand that, you know, we are human beings, and you know, we need questions. All right. Well, there's back there.
Sanctuary cities. I live in Scott County, and we have, I think, a Republican mayor. What would be a good way to approach our city council to start talking about protecting our citizens? I don't know much about what's going on in the county. What's a good way to stand in front of city council and say, you know, this is what we should be doing? Let's talk about it.
That's a great question, and I'm gonna also let the folks from Iowa CCI talk a little bit more at the local level. What's happening? It's a great transition. But I will tell you though, just at the, you know, sort of at the national scope, there's a lot of battles that are already happening at the city level, and there's a battle happening at the state level. California is trying to be the very, very first sanctuary state in the nation. Very tuned to that, and if you guys sometimes, if you also have sometimes time to even just you know, we all care about our communities at the local level, but if you have some time, in California, we do, our Revolution has a lot of action alerts on our website and everything. Sometimes it's also good to try to make a call or try to like hustle somebody in California to go and protest or to go and show up at the state level to pass that. But here in Iowa, I'm gonna pass it over to our local folks, and they can tell you exactly how you can get involved in the Welcome in Cities.
Yes.
And create Iowa as welcoming as possible right now, and for, again, future strategy, and for making sure that we actually are going to the right direction and protecting immigrants here and all over the country. Thank you all so much, and I'm going to
pass it off to Alexa really quick, and then I get to talk again, Jane.
You go first. Okay.
So I became a member actually because my mom, I was 10 or 11 years old when she would wake me up for an early protest or take me to evening workshops. Of course, I didn't really know what was being discussed. Instead, I was just talking to the people at CCI office, giving me food, a little bit of knowledge. However, after several protests, I began to see that it was okay to express this righteous anger, and that's when I became actually interested in organizing. My mom became a member because in 2009, my uncle, who was like a second father figure to me, was deported. So she met CCI through their Proyecto Latino, which was our campaign at the time working on immigrants' rights issues. And so I was 9 at the time that my uncle was deported. And I remember begging my mom to let me go to his hearing, because I knew that that would determine if it was going to be the last time or I was going to be able to see him again. And I remember the first time that I had a heartbreak was when I watched my uncle walk into the courtroom with handcuffs and shackles to his feet and a white and green jumpsuit. He looked like a criminal. He was dressed like a criminal, and I didn't understand why. My mom had told me that I was to stay quiet the whole time. However, my second heartbreak was when I heard the judge refer to my best friend as an alien. And that to me was really, I was angry, I wanted to yell, but I stayed quiet and I didn't say a word until I met my uncle's eyes and I mouthed, "I love you." I knew that was the last time I would be seeing him. And since then, I knew that it had to be something so broken in our country that would take a great man out of my life. And that's really when my eyes were open. It's like, now my parents could be taken from me. And that's what's really got me into being an active member at CCI. Being an active member at CCI has given me the opportunity to meet amazing people, like really empowering people that I thought I would never know if it wasn't for CCI Action. I've also gotten so many opportunities to not only tell my story, but to meet other people and hear about these issues going on, because it's not just immigrant issues, you know. All our issues are combined and together. Water is life, you know. Climate change, if we don't have a planet, what are we gonna do? And CCI really does a great job at, we're fighting not only for one person, not one thing, we're fighting for everyone, we're fighting for everything. Because an issue that affects one of us affects all of us. And at CCI, if you guys are not already members, again, I encourage you to become members, because being a member is important, not only because you get the sense of oh, I'm doing a great thing, but you're part of a great thing, because what CCI does and what you are doing as a member, you get to say, oh yeah, I did that too. I mean, we're a family at CCI Action. And so I've gotten to do so many things, oh my god, multiple rallies, in-state, out-of-state. I've been fortunate enough to go to Washington, D.C. for 2 years for CCI's national affiliate of People's Action Convention. I was also, they asked me if I could introduce Bernie Sanders at the Family First Forum here last January. That was awesome. I'm now introducing Erica Andiola. Hello. And I'm also currently interning at CCI Action. So yeah, again, there's, you could sit behind your computer and, talk about things online, but there's nothing better than you can do than actually going out in your community and actually doing something. That's the way you really do create long-lasting change. Being a member at CCI has really, truly changed my life. I mean, not only have I grown as an activist, but as a person. Like, this is who I am, this is what I do, I love doing this. And you guys have taken a step in changing your life today, you know, by being here. So again, take time, the time to take action against injustice is now, like, truly more than ever. People's lives are on the line. And a great way to be part of change is, a great way to create change is to be part of change. And like a great man once said, I always take this quote, is to create change, it takes ordinary people to do extraordinary things, and all of that is possible to do at CCI Action. So thank you guys so much.
Good job. Alexa is amazing. She's my intern and I love her. I've known her since she was a little tot, and now she's an adult. It's wonderful. My name is Maddie Cano. I'm an organizer here at CCI Action. I've been with CCI Action for 3 years. I focus on immigrant rights work and labor work as well. To go off of what Alexa was talking about, membership is really important. Being a part of something, an organization, is really important. There's a lot of one-off groups that are happening right now with all of this energy from the election, and that is really powerful, but we have to be rooted in an organization that has the power to do things. And CCI Action, I firmly believe, is the group to do that. For me, I've always been looking for a home, and I found that with CCI Action. I found that here in Des Moines and Iowa especially. There are amazing people in this room, and I think that's the big thing for all of us, is that Bernie Sanders is wonderful, right? I love Bernie. I worked on his campaign. He's great. He's not a prophet. He is not the revolution. I'm looking at the revolution right now. Every single person in this room has. We can't do them alone. We have to do them together. And we do that through CCI Action by being a part of an organization. So this afternoon, when we go upstairs before we hear Bernie, we're going to ask you to put your money where your mouth is. So not only are we asking you to put your heart and soul on the line, your body's on the line, we're asking you to put your wallets on the line too, okay? Because guess what? Corporations have money. The enemy, the opposite team, they've got big money and they're funneling it into the system like no other. So we have to get organized, not only with people, but with money. So we're gonna ask you today, if you are not already a member, we're gonna ask you to join. And I really hope that all of you have been inspired today, and I hope that you all do join as a member. If you're already a member, we're gonna ask you to dig deeper and to give again. Because this takes work, this takes money, and we've got to keep going. You're on the train, we gotta get moving. So I hope that you all consider joining as members. Moving on to the fun stuff. So, great transition, the guy from Scott County, thank you. I want to talk a little bit about some things that we are working on. The biggest thing that we are working on right now is welcoming cities. How many folks have heard of welcoming cities before? Raise your hand. Wonderful. Welcoming cities are a really great way to go on offense. So defense is great, but what are we going to do to be more proactive? We want to create welcoming communities. So what does that mean? Right now, our communities, our cities, our counties, our state, we say that, yeah, we're welcoming, we give pride to Robert D. Ray, but that was like in the 70s, that was so long ago, I don't have time for that, okay? It's 2017, what are we doing right now? We need to create welcoming communities. We need better language access. We need to have immigrant and refugee commissions in all of our cities and counties. We need to have fair representation on those city councils, on those county boards of supervisors, in the state legislature. I want to see people of color running for office, and I want to see some refugees and immigrants running for office. That's what needs to happen. So welcoming cities is a good first step. These ordinances create, like Erica was saying, we can pick out the bad apples, because if you're against this, then we're coming for you. If you're not against this, that's great. We might keep you. Who knows? But welcoming cities also draw a line in the sand for our law enforcement. Right now, law enforcement is between a rock and a hard place. They've got to say no to their boss, the federal government. They have to say no to their boss and yes to their real boss, which is us, the people. So that's what the welcoming cities does. It draws a line in the sand and it tells them what they can and cannot do. And right now we're saying we don't want you to work with ICE. It's wrong. We want you to build relationships with your community members. So man from Scott County, please come see me after this because I'd love to talk with you. I'm going to be going on the road across Iowa in August and September doing road shows about welcoming cities and how you can pass these ordinances in your cities, counties, and hopefully across the state, because we've got some bad bills we've got to fight in the legislative session, so we've got to be proactive. Other ways that you can get involved, we need to start doing more cafecitos. We need to start having these conversations. Right now, we have a lot of advocates who are speaking for immigrants. We need to speak with immigrants. We cannot speak for them. We need to stand with them. Having someone come tell a story is awesome, but if you've never had a conversation with them and then you're asking them to come tell their story in public, you're using them as a pawn. You are not having them as an ally. You are not being a good ally. So storytelling is great, but you've got to have a relationship with people. So we need to start having those relationships. And I know that CCI, American Friends Service Committee, Justice for Our Neighbors, lots of groups around the state are trying to work to have more of those dialogues. And so stay tuned for opportunities like that. Any other questions? Those are the first couple things I can think of. Otherwise, in your packet, dates for upcoming meetings. If you have not signed up for the sign-in sheet, that's how I'm going to get in touch with you. So again, please sign up. Sarah, what's our question?
You want to mention about it?
Oh yeah, thank you. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, thank you for reminding me. Also, thank you. That's a good reminder. My brain's been going all day, so I'm a little like, So, La Resistencia is a wonderful network that a group of us formed. It is a statewide network that essentially is sort of on the defense. We've established a 24-hour hotline. The number is 515-996-0003. And that is a 24-hour hotline that you can call if there's any kind of ICE activity. If you know that someone has to go to meet up with ICE, we will have folks to meet up with them and go with them to their appointments. It's a state network, and that's the purpose of La Resistencia, is to be on defense for ICE and to be proactive. So I recommend digging in a little bit more. I know we don't have a lot of time left, but thank you for mentioning that. You can go through CCI to get through them, or you can find them on Facebook as La Resistencia Iowa, and it's RESISTENCIA. If that was too difficult for you to spell, come talk to me and I will show you how to get it done. So without further ado, you may now depart and get upstairs to hear Bernie Sanders. Thank you.
Belittling the poor, dollar bills, only thing they considering. When people need health care, kids need school. When it comes to politics, Bernie's breaking rules. No attack gets on the competition's needed. He's running on the facts, and it's something that we needed. Feel the burn, make them feel the burn. All the way to the White House, feel the burn.
salvation. Wasting time in the unemployment lines, sitting around waiting for a promotion. Don't you know, talking about a revolution. It sounds, poor people gonna rise up, get their share. Poor people gonna rise up and take what's theirs. Don't you know you better run, 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 run. Oh, I said you better run, 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 run. 'Cause finally the tables are starting to turn, talking about the revolution. 'Cause finally the tables are starting to turn, talking about a revolution. Oh no, talking about a revolution. Oh, while they're standing in the welfare lines, crying at the doorsteps of those armies of salvation. Wasting time in the unemployment lines, sitting around waiting for a promotion. Don't you know, talking about a revolution sounds. Starting to turn, talking about a revolution. Yes, finally the tables are starting to turn, talking about a revolution. Oh no, talking about a revolution. Oh no, talking about a revolution. Oh no.
Good afternoon around the world, everybody. We are probably about 10 minutes out from being back with the rest of the program here. We're just waiting for everybody to get set up and people to get back in their places in the main room. Thank you for being here with us. Remember, this is a lot of volunteers, a lot of people working together to make this happen, and anything you can do to help. CCIAction.org/give. The organization did a lot of work to put this on. Really appreciate all their effort. And thank you for being in the audience and sharing and engaging and being a part of the conversation. We'll be back real soon.
Your body, but not your mind. We lay it all on the line in the struggle we grew, but together here's what we gotta do. Our generation is all left up to us. Our generation, let's do just what we must. Straighten it out. Our generation, straighten it out. Come on, straighten it out. Hey, we can straighten it out. Yeah, come on. Our generation, hey. Better straighten it out. New York City, better straighten it out. Better straighten it out. Los Angeles. Better straighten it out. We can straighten it out. We can straighten it out. Come on, let it go. Let's straighten it out.
Caminé, me subí, me fui contra la corriente y también me perdí, fracasé, me encontré, lo viví y aprendí.
Ready for a revolution? How about clean water? Can you survive off of 725? 1010? 1050? We need to go higher? What kind of wage do we want? What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? All right, welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome back. How were those workshops and plenaries? Did you guys learn something? And welcome to our new guests. I see some new faces here. I'm Misty Rebick, and I am a proud and loud Iowa CCI Action member. This has been an incredible day. So far, we've heard from Alicia Garza. We've heard from other movers and shakers from across the country. For those of us who are obsessed with creating the world that we want to live in, it's been food for our soul, food for our minds, and food for this journey that we're all on together to create social justice. But guess what? The revolution doesn't stop here. We are just starting, aren't we? So really quick, I want you to take a look at your programs, because Iowa CCI is not just about getting together one time a year. We get together almost every week, and we are taking action in every corner of the state. So you will find a sheet here with upcoming events. Are you guys ready to go take some action and win? So Alicia Garza this morning, in response to a question, she said, you know, don't worry about how long it's going to take for change. Instead, you need to worry about how many people you bring with you. Have you guys brought in anybody with you today? Like I said, I see a lot of new faces, and so I need your help in letting our comrades know what CCI is all about. Sometimes we speak from mics like this, but most of the time what we're actually doing is we're getting people involved, engaged, and inspired to act. In our world at CCI, ACT stands for Action Changes Things. We got a lot to change. So I'm going to need your participation and involvement. Can you guys do that for me? So if you're able to, I'd like you to stand up. You guys familiar with the people's mic? You know what that is? All right. I want you to turn to your neighbor And I want you to repeat after me. I see you. You are powerful. Doesn't that feel good? That's what we want, right? We want people to see us for who we are and the values that we contribute. Are you ready to pump up this people's mic? All right, repeat after me. We are workers. We are dreamers. We are water warriors. We are healthcare fighters. We dismantle racism. We dismantle patriarchy. We collaborate. We are the leaders we've been waiting for. The political revolution isn't one person. It's you. It's me. It's we. We all do better when we all do better. We are the engine of justice and democracy. We organize. We resist. We build power. Si se puede. Yes, we can. All right, you guys are really good participants. You guys can take a seat if you want. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about myself. So I joined CCI, our sister organization, almost 9 years ago. In fact, our executive director, Hugh Espy, hired me to be an organizer before I even knew what organizing was. Yet, you know, what I did know is I knew that when I looked around in my communities, something wasn't right. I saw my mother, who'd been working in a meatpacking factory in rural Iowa for 25 years, still only making $11 an hour. I saw immigrant workers working on roofs and falling off, and no one was helping them take care of their bodies. I saw my small farmers who were neighbors who were being threatened by large corporate ag wanting to sell their farms out from underneath them. And I was a first-generation college student working 3 jobs, just barely getting by. And I was scared. I was intimidated to speak out. I thought elected officials had the high morality and knew more about life than I did. I thought I had to ask for permission. And I was terrified of public speaking. So fast forward 9 years later, and here's what I've done with CCI. I've helped recover tens and thousands of dollars in unpaid wages for workers. We've fought back against racist police policies. We organize to keep immigration and customs enforcement out of our communities. We passed ordinances to raise the minimum wage. And we stopped hundreds of factory farms. And guess what? We didn't ask for permission. So Alicia Garza told us this morning that one of the best ways to be effective is to be a part of an organization. CCI is leading the narrative on our issues. Our political analysis, you guys already said it, is that when we do better, we all do better. We know that it's not enough to just elect Democrats. We have to build power by resisting the attacks in our communities. We do that by organizing, training ourselves, by creating good strategy, by having a tool belt filled with different tactics, and by aligning ourselves with an organization that has staying power, like Iowa CCI Action. Well, we know to fix the problems in this country, we need more people, we need more members, we need more justice fighters, and it's up to us to change the public debate. And that's what CCI members are doing all across the state. We are fighting back and we are winning. So please help me welcome some of my fellow justice fighters to the stage. Come on up, guys. Are you guys ready to hear about the victories happening all across Iowa? So, how many of you heard about the Dakota Access Pipeline? Yeah, boo, right? So I'm going to invite Heather Pearson up here to tell us what we've been doing to keep that oil out.
Hello, folks. How you doing today? Woo! My name is Heather Pearson, and I'm a proud member of CCI Action. I grew up in Omaha, Nebraska, and moved to a 25-acre farm in rural Logan, Iowa, population 1,747. Shortly after I moved to Logan, I found out that Dakota Access wanted to bisect our state with the crude oil export pipeline. So, as she said, I'm sure everyone here has heard of the Dakota Access Pipeline, right? In Iowa, we told them, we don't want it, shut it down! We don't want it! 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 Shut it down! That's what we said. Now, this single issue brought people from all sides of the spectrum together to fight a common enemy. We knew that a majority of the people did not want this pipeline for many reasons. So if we connected their self-interest to our larger people and planet first vision, we could expand our base, educate them, and empower them to get involved and make their voices heard. Now, whether it was stealing farmland through eminent domain, trampling indigenous sovereignty rights, risking watersheds that provide drinking water for over 16 million people, or exacerbating climate change by continuing to extract fossil fuels from our earth, we knew that we did not want this pipeline. We were all on the same side. It was us versus the greedy oil company. That's right. We used every method of peaceful resistance that we could think of, including risking arrest. We asked Iowans to take a pledge of resistance, and over 2,500 people signed up to take a stand against this pipeline. For many, this was their first act of civil disobedience, myself included. You see, I am an example of activating rural Iowans through bold campaigns. Yes! That's right. Now, it breaks my heart to say that oil is flowing through the Dakota Access Pipeline. But through this bold issue campaign, we became stronger than ever. We have more people involved. We have more CCI Action members. We have more power. And I believe in the power of grassroots movements. When I say people, you say power. People. Power. People. Power. People. Power. Woo!
All right, all right. How do you guys like that CCI fierce attitude?
That's right. Now that's what this is all about. We are building the power that we need to take control of our futures. And our fight to stop the Dakota Access Pipeline put us in a position to transition our pipeline fighter activists to run campaigns for 100% renewable energy and to run our members for key political offices. We can take control of our communities. We can build power in rural Iowa, but it's not going to be with partisan, business as usual, establishment politics. Are you ready to fight for a 100% clean energy Iowa? Are you ready to stand up to big oil and say enough is enough? Yes. Are you ready to stand up for our life-sustaining waterways? Yes. Say it with me, folks. Water is life! Water is life! Water is life! Water is life! Thank you.
Woo-hoo! Thank you, Heather. Now, we've been fighting the pipeline, but we've been busy doing lots of other things too. And we already said it today. Do you guys believe in building a wall? No. Or a ban not allowing people into this country? No. We say no ban, no wall, right? That's why we have Pastor Ryan Arnold here to talk to us about the work we've been doing for immigrants in our community.
From my religious tradition, we heed the teachings of St. Paul, who, writing to the church in Rome, said, "Let your love be genuine. Extend hospitality to the immigrant." In the Hebrew Scriptures, we hear that repeated refrain, "Care for the widow, the orphan, and the immigrant in your midst." My Muslim friends tell me of how the Prophet Muhammad likened himself to a traveler who journeyed and found rest under a shade of a tree and then continued on. Immigrants, they say, should be treated with the same hospitality as the Prophet Muhammad, finding many places of safe refuge in Allah's abundant creation. So too, my Hindu, Sikh, and Buddhist friends, their religion, their spirituality, their faith insist on hospitality. Likewise, this is what I hear from atheists and agnostics and people of no affiliation at all. We human beings know the absolute imperative of love thy neighbor. Our faiths, beautifully diverse, reinforce the inherent human need for hospitality, to give and to receive safe, healthy welcome. And our faiths provide us with the language to name its opposite. When our foreign policy pads the coffers of corporations at the cost of human beings, when our prejudiced immigration system functions to serve wealth and white, when our president vomits putrid hatred, peddling white supremacy to gain power, when our immigration and customs enforcement agency mercilessly tears apart families, my friends, my faith has a word for it. It's called sin. It is a sin that my immigrant neighbors, and let me be more specific, because only one of our nation's borders supposedly needs a wall. It is a sin that my brown, Latino, immigrant neighbors live in fear and indignity. But we who know the power of love living in our hearts, we know that shining the light of love upon the shadowy sins of our racist society liberates those who live with their backs against the wall. This is the power of the people. We listen, we educate, and we organize. Through welcoming city initiatives, we hold local law enforcement accountable to their vocation to protect and serve all residents, all people. Through affirming our faith communities and schools as sanctuaries, we join hands with the persecuted, demanding justice because they can't arrest us all. And through creating hotlines like La Resistance, we listen and respond to the needs of the most vulnerable. My friends, we may live in the land of deep darkness, but the darkness does not overcome us. Now is the time. Now is the time. We are turning protest into power.
I'm going to use the mic on.
Thank you, Pastor Ryan. Do you guys want clean water in Iowa? Yeah. They dump it. Who drinks it? We drink it. They dump it. Who swims in it? We swim in it. So Shereen Ortiz is going to talk to us about how we've been fighting factory farms.
Good afternoon. Glad to see everybody again. My name is Shereen Ortiz, and I am a member of Iowa CCI, and I'm a member of the Iowa CCI Clean Water Leadership Team. You know, I've been a Des Moines Waterworks ratepayer for over 30 years. And I used to take clean drinking water and safe drinking water for granted. Not anymore. Voluntary compliance to the Clean Water Act has been a disaster. And we have 750 polluted water bodies in this state, and that is shameful. Delivering safe drinking water to 500,000 people has been a feat of colossal proportion.
But that is exactly what Des Moines Water Works does for us day in and day out. But suddenly, during the last legislative session this last winter, we were faced with a proposal presented in the Iowa legislature by a contract industrial hog producer that lives 100 miles away from Des Moines, and the proposal was to dismantle Des Moines Water Works. Many people saw this for what it was. This did not come from ratepayers. It did not come from customers in the metro region. This was retribution for the lawsuit launched by the director of Des Moines Water Works, General Manager Bill Stowe, against the drainage districts north of us, sending polluted water downstream that requires us to bear the burden and cost to clean it up. Is that fair? No. And of course, the Farm Bureau, the Partnership for Clean Water, and all the commodity groups that pump money into Big Ag by our legislators, they were involved in the propaganda surrounding this attempt to hijack local control away from us. But our water leadership team, we quickly mobilized. We had a strategic, targeted response carried out by our local clean water fighters and CCI members that countered that attack. And with the help of Senate Democrat leader Rob Hogue and House Democrat Todd Pritchard, we were able to get a public hearing at the State House. The public response was amazing. In all, there were about 160 people that registered to vote, or excuse me, registered to speak, which was a vote. And only 8 of them that registered were in favor of the proposal to dismantle Des Moines Water Works. That room was packed with 70 of our supporters, but outside in the rotunda were another 250 people supporting our effort. How many of you folks were there that day? We defined the battle clearly. We were going to fight. We were launching an offensive to keep safe drinking water and the delivery of it out of the hands of politicians. We also launched a phone banking effort directed at the Republican leadership pushing this bad bill, and it all worked. That bad bill was dead on arrival. It never made it to the floor for debate. And this counteroffensive was indeed people-powered, because we stood up and said, you will not take local control away from us. We will not let an industrial hog producer, the Farm Bureau, Big Ag, all the corporate land developers leverage their interests against our demand for local control of our drinking water. And I'm here to tell you today, we will not relinquish this fight to complacency. I am here today to testify that we are ready to stand steadfast should they attempt another hostile takeover of Des Moines Water Works. This is our resolve. This is our fight. Bring it on, corporate ag. Bring it on, Farm Bureau. Bring it on, Republicans. And bring it on, Des Moines City Manager Scott Sanders, who turned his back on us, Des Moines residents, and he supported that bad bill. That's right. Bring it, because we are ready. And that is why I have applied for the open seat on the Des Moines Water Works Board of Trustees.
We deserve to have control over what happens in Iowa, in our lands, in our water. We deserve to have neighbors and friends that practice different religions, have different identities, look different than ourselves. And in order to have the Iowa that we all want, we need more members. We have to grow power, and the only way to win on these issues is through people power. They have organized money, we need organized people. And the way that we're going to do that is by having more members across the state. So I'm going to introduce Tim Glaza and John Noble, who are launching a membership canvas, and they'd like to share some stuff with you.
What's up, everybody? My name's Tim Glaza.
My name's John Noble.
And we're Iowa CCI's rip-roaring, turf-cutting, people-powered canvas team.
We're out on the doors. We're talking to lots of new members. We're raising money for Iowa CCI's justice causes, and we're shifting the narrative on agriculture in Iowa.
That's right. We're talking to people every day at their doors about Iowa's water crisis. We have 22 billion gallons of manure from over 9,000 factory farms. Do you think that's right?
And Iowa's politicians think that we should be paying for those spills with our tax dollars, with our public utilities. You want to pay for that?
No! But we know we can build an Iowa where public officials work with us, not with corporate ag. Do you want to build that kind of Iowa?
Yeah! You ready to fight like hell for a clean water future?
Yeah! And so are the people we talk to every day at the doors. Hey, John.
Yeah?
How many new members have we signed up since mid-March? About 100?
Feels like more than 100. I don't know.
All right. 250?
No, it's definitely more than 250.
Huh, okay. Is it 400?
No, it's more than 400.
Okay, all right. How many new members have we signed up, John?
479 new members.
That's great to hear. Thanks so much. So, signing up new members at the door allows us to have conversations, with people face to face. We've talked to over 2,900 people at their doors. Allows us to sign up new members, raise money from everyday people, and to build people power. Thanks so much, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Thanks, everybody.
Oh, you're fine. So since the last election, I've been hearing a lot of people talk about these are the dark times. I didn't know what to do, right? But everywhere I look across the nation and the country, I see glimpses of hope in almost every corner. In January, thousands and thousands of people mobilized for the Women's March. Here in Des Moines, 25,000 people turned out. When they started conversations about defunding women's clinics, we were there showing up at subcommittee hearings. When they tried to bury a black snake in our soil, thousands of people set up camps, faced arrest, and became clean water warriors. We fought the wall, they said a ban, we said no. They threatened to take away our organizing and collective bargaining rights, and we showed up and fought like hell. So let's give it up for all of you who are here, who've been showing up every day, resisting, making phone calls, calling your legislators, showing up at meetings, starting new groups in your homes, and who are going to get out and vote, right? Like I said in the beginning, though, we cannot stop now. We must be bold. We must elect ourselves and people who look like us and act like us and who are fearless. We must be independent and not controlled by anybody but ourselves. We must fund our own movement. They have money power, we have people power, and it's up to us to keep this movement independent and funded. I'm a proud dues-paying CCI Action member. I give to Iowa CCI Action because I know that we need to organize to win, and this is one of the best organizing groups across the country. So now I have the great pleasure of bringing up one of my 9-year-long mentors, the guy who took a risk on me and hired me to be an organizer, like when I said I had no idea what organizing was, the guy who took me under his wing and showed me how to not ask for permission. In fact, when meetings cancel, guess what? You go to their doorstep and you have the meeting anyway. This is the guy who's been a part of CCI for decades and who is continuing to be a fearless fighter and welcoming new people to the fold all the time. Please help me welcome Hugh Espy.
I got Cardboard Bernie here. He's not outside. Bernie doesn't look good on a hat inside, so we got that, but it's a CCI cap. Hey, everybody, good afternoon, Iowa. Let's do this thing, people! So, I'm going to tell you a few quick stories, and then I'm going to ask you for money. It's all right. You're going to love it. It's going to be great. Hey, everybody remember Occupy back in 2011? Right? Mic check! Mic check! Big social change. Comes from the bottom up, not the top down. Big social change comes from a people-led, people power, grassroots movement. Big social change means we all do better when we all do better. Big social change starts and stops with us, the people. Thank you. So Bernie Sanders is going to tell you the same thing. Big social change starts and stops with us. Bernie Sanders never said, hey, elect me and I'm going to go to Washington, D.C. and solve your problems. He didn't say that. Bernie talked about we, not me. Bernie talked about us, not I, right? We are the hope. We are the inspiration. We are the path forward. We cannot put leaders on a pedestal and set ourselves apart from them. That's not how big social change happens. But I tell you what, that's how the political and economic elite stay in charge. That's how they divide us by race, class, and gender. So when I look at Bernie Sanders, I see myself. When I look at Alicia Garza, I see myself. When I look at Erica Andiola, I see myself. When I think about Harriet Tubman and Sojourner Truth and Frederick Douglass and Rosa Parks, that's right, and Dorothy Day and Emma Goldman, I see myself. And when we think about all the great prophets throughout human history, we see ourselves. We are them and they are us. Connected and unified in a common struggle to get to the promised land. I want to get to the promised land. And I'm an atheist. I love the promised land. I want to get to the promised land. So how do we get to the promised land? Well, Moses and his crew knew how to get to the promised land. Moses did not go to Pharaoh and ask Pharaoh to fund his liberation. Now, I don't know a lot about the Bible, but I can tell you, you can go into the Old Testament and you are never going to find a passage that said that Moses and the Israelites went to Pharaoh to fund their liberation. Moses and his crew knew that they had to do the work and fund the work themselves. And we need to take a page from Moses and the Israelites. We need to do the work and fund the work ourselves. The money pitch comes in about 3 minutes. Now, we know that every time we step into the public arena to fight for justice, we go toe-to-toe with corporate power. Regardless the issue, doesn't matter. We go toe-to-toe with corporate power. Our work is tied to a set of values, a set of beliefs, a worldview, a narrative, an ideology about the way things are and the way things should be. Our fights for justice and democracy are firmly rooted in a sense of community. Everything we do is based on the notion, the very simple notion, that we all do better when we all do better. And our work is deeply rooted in love. Not fear, not paranoia, not hatred, but love, firmly rooted in love. But that doesn't mean we're not angry. I'm angry. You can't tell it right now, though. It's what we do with that anger that defines us. And what we do with it is we turn it into powerful, inspiring, forward-thinking action. Action that takes us to higher ground, right? Action that appeals to our higher angels. Action that makes life better for a lot more people. Action that makes our communities, our state, our country, our globe more just, more humane, more equitable, more egalitarian, more small d democratic. We want government of, by, and for the people. Just like Abraham Lincoln talked about at the Gettysburg Cemetery in November of 1863. He talked about government of, by, and for the people. And we would add, not to add too much onto that, but we would say government of, by, and for the people, government that serves the common good, the public interest, not the interests of the wealthy few. And we want an economy that works for everyone. An economy that serves the common good, the public interest. And we want to challenge the political and economic elite, and we want to change business as usual politics. We have to do politics differently, and we have to do economics differently. So on the whole idea of doing the economics differently, that'd be like a whole nother day. But we have to do it, just believe me. I think we all know that we got to do economics differently. This system that we're trapped in does not serve the common good, the public interest. But what does it mean to do politics differently? Well, it means we need to find, train, recruit people who think like us, act like us. You've heard these words already today millions of times, and you're going to keep hearing them. People who think like us, act like us. Run for office. People who come out of our movement. People who are part of our body. People who share our narrative, our values, our beliefs, our ideology that says we need to put people before profits and communities before corporations. We need to be electing people from our ranks, from our movement to public office, and then we have to hold them accountable. This is a 24/7, 365 deal, and I think we all know that. You know, years and years ago when I first got into organizing, we used to say, hey, we want a seat at the table. And you know what that table is, that big decision-making table that's got lots of slots. And she says, well, we just want a couple. It's like, no, we don't want that anymore. That's not good enough. We want to run the table. We want to be in charge. We want to have governing power. So what does having governing power look like? Well, I'll tell you, it looks like you and me. It looks like us. It looks like this hat. It looks like this T-shirt. It looks like those T-shirts out there. It looks like Ross Gruters, who's considering a run for Pleasant Hill City Council this fall. It looks like Cherie Mortiz, who's running for the Des Moines Waterworks Board of Directors. It looks like Patty McKee, who lives here in Des Moines. It looks like Brenda Brink of rural Story County. Or Lori Nelson from Guthrie County. or Misty Rebick, Paul Without, or Pat Bowen, all from Johnson County. It also looks like Tom Mohan from Lynn County, or Nikki Shute from Hardin County, or Barb Callbaugh from Adair County. It looks like Sherry Hawk or Chris Dixon from Ankeny. And it looks like Susie Petra from Ames and Rosie Partridge from Sac County. All these people are in this room, by the way. It looks like Mark Edwards from Boone County. It looks like Patty Edwardson from Greene County. And it also looks like Vanessa Marcano Kelly from Polk County. That's what governing power looks like. The possibilities are endless, so we got our work cut out for us. Between now and the end of the year, we have to keep building our power on the Clean Water Factory Farm moratorium issue. Okay? We got work to do. Between now and the end of the year, and especially over the next 3 weeks, we got to keep building our power on the health care for all issue. We've got work to do. Between now and the end of the year, we got to keep building our power on the welcoming city fight. We've got work to do. Between now and the end of the year, we got to keep building our power on the climate justice issue so that we pivot away from dirty fossil fuels and we pivot towards locally owned, locally controlled solar and wind that benefits the many, not just the few. We've got work to do. And one more thing, we've got to start getting involved in this governor's race that's going on right now. We need to help shape it and determine its outcome. We've got work to do. We have to do the work and fund the work ourselves. We have to follow the lead of Moses and the Israelites. We have to do the work and fund the work ourselves. We're not going to go to Pharaoh and help Pharaoh and ask Pharaoh to fund our liberation. That's not going to work. We have to raise more and more money from people because it gives us more legs, more justice fighters, because it helps us fight the good fight and keep the faith. That's what the Apostle Paul said to Timothy. And it helps put us in a position where we can win the kind of Iowa that we need. We need to fund the work, or do the, first we got to do the work. Do the work and fund the work ourselves, actually simultaneously. So now we're getting real close to the money pitch, real close. So between now and the end of the year, we need to raise an additional $120,000 to do this work that we just talked about. And today we want to get a good jump on that. We want to raise $20,000 in this room, right here, right now. And some people say, like, holy cow, that's a lot of money. Yeah, it is a lot of money. But, you know, we got about 850 some odd people. If everybody in this room, we're getting close, kicked in an extra $20, we would get there. Like that. Over the past 24 hours, we had 2 generous members. Together, they've kicked in $2,000. So that leaves, we're a tenth of the way there. And we haven't even asked yet. So we got to raise $18,000 in this room, right here, right now. And so I want to put the call out there right now. And we got to collect the money. So it's going to take a little time, but this is going to be the fun part, the chaotic part. Who is willing to step forward and help fund this work to help us get closer and closer to the promised land? All right, keep your money up. By the way, we got also Sherry Hawk and Larry Ginner want to say something. Keep your money up. Where's Sherry Hawk and Larry Ginner? They're putting a challenge out. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, my name is Larry Ginter, a third-generation family farmer, and I'm going to donate $250. And if I can get 10 more people to donate $250, I'll donate another $100. All right, Sherry?
Sherry Hawk. Thank you, Larry Ginner.
Hi.
Sherry Hawk.
I, in this envelope, have a check for $250 because we have got a lot of work to do. And I want to put a little plug in for monthly giving because it is so easy. Anybody in this room can do that, and you don't even realize your money's gone.
So that You just heard the Ginter-Hawk challenge. Ginter/Hawk. It's the new state bird. That's $500 together. A half of a Ginter-Hawk is $250. Who else is willing to step forward? Jerry Scott, right there. Can we get a microphone to Jerry Scott?
So Ginter-Hawk is 500 or 250?
Great. Hugh.
A Ginter-Hawk is 500. Can I give half a Ginter-Hawk?
Sure.
Okay, here's the half a Ginter-Hawk.
Thank you.
Hugh Wesley.
Who else? Go ahead, Julia. Or what?
We're going 300.
Who is that?
Hi.
Got Tracy from
Glenn
right
Hurst.
here.
That's
because
awesome.
we have to fund our own revolution.
Glenn Hurst, we're doing half of a Ginter-Hawk, $250.
Who else? Right there. Take it. Go for it. Just start talking.
Hey, Hugh. How are you? Still cute, right? I told him he was cute last night. Don't you think he is? Yeah. Hey. So I'm giving $250 from Dyke, Grundy County in the house because this is clearly where we belong.
Yeah. All right. Where's Barb Kalbaugh? I know Barb Kalbaugh wants to give money.
Jim Egger here. My wife Celeste and I are given a half a Ginter-Hawk. The reason we're here is because of Larry Ginter.
A half of a Ginter-Hawk right there. By the way, a Ginter-Hawk, I'm sorry for the Cyclone fans. A Ginter-Hawk has more value than a Cyclone. Sorry. Or the Cyclone. Sorry. No, it's not. It's all the same. What else? Who else? Right there. Barb Kalbaugh.
I'm Barb Kalbaugh from Adair County, and I'm going to give a half of a Ginter-Hawk.
We got Nikki Shute over here. And then we got Rosie Partridge over here.
You got 250 coming from Nick Shute.
Woo. All right, Nick Shute.
Sac County money, $300.
All right, we got somebody back here. Go ahead.
This is Wendy Barth, and I have a really good job, so I can afford. I have a really good job, so I can afford triple Ginter-Hawk.
Whoa! Okay, that's a Cyclone. No. Who else? I know there's more people out there.
Thank you.
Where? Just start speaking. Don't. Ken Bowen.
Hi, my name is Ken Bowen. I'm from Iowa City, Iowa. And my wife, Pat Bowen, and I are going to contribute a full Ginter-Hawk because we want our money. We know that money talks, and we want our money to talk louder than corporate money. Woo.
Who else? Thank you, Ken. Yeah, Maddie Cano, way back there.
I've got Molly Reagan back here, and she is giving a full Ginter-Hawk of $500.
Do the work, fund the work. Who else?
I'm a teacher from Cedar Falls, and I'm giving a tenth of a Ginter-Hawk.
Yeah! I got kids from Cedar Rapids back here in the corner.
By the way, a Ginter-Hawk has 4 wings. Go ahead.
They wanted me to say why I was giving $500 because I'm a pissed off Iowa citizen. And
who else? Go ahead. Don't wait. Just start talking.
Patty McKee and John Craig, and we're giving a half a Ginter-Hawk.
Whoa! Right over here. Who else? Start talking. If you got a mic, go ahead. Don't wait.
In the corner.
I'm Kim Smith, and I gave today and was given an opportunity 8 years ago by CCI, and we took Terrace Hill, and I'm still here.
Yeah! Jess Mazur, go ahead.
I gave to give power to the people.
Yeah!
All right. Very good. Who else?
Deb Marlin, Medicare for All, half of a Ginter-Hawk.
Tom Mohan. Does Tom Mohan want to say something? Okay, who else?
I'm donating anonymously. 1 Ginter.
All right. Who else?
I got Phyllis Bergen back here.
Do it.
I gave money so that we can push our issues forward.
Yeah. Phyllis. Who else? Just start talking.
Tom Mohan. I'm a new board member, and Larry's always been a hero to me, so I'm going to do half a Ginter-Hawk just to keep pace.
Ginter-Hawk!
We got another Ginter-Hawk right over here. The Fagans. Joe and Luann Fagan, full Ginter-Hawk.
Full where? Back there. All right.
I'm just a new member.
Where
and
else?
here's
Who
160.
else?
Oh.
Right here, right
Go ahead.
I'm a new member, and here's 160.
Thank you for being here with us, everybody. Bernie Sanders is up in about 5 minutes. Just running through this money pitch. We have to fund our own revolution. If you can give, please do. If you can help out in Iowa, please do. Whatever organizations you believe in that are working towards progressive values, they need your money. We have to fund this. Big corporations, they take care of their own. We need to take care of ours. Thank you for being here. Bernie is up next.
I'm Laura Ferracci. I'm from Des Moines, and I'm a sustaining member today because this is a sustaining effort. We have to keep going for years and years.
Who else?
Sheree Ortiz from Polk County. Half a Ginter, because I want to get up and raise hell and fight for social justice day in and day out.
Who else? Who else? Right there.
I'm Allison from Scott County, and $20 a month got me this mug.
Who else?
Misty Rebick from Johnson County. I'm doing half a Ginter Hawk plus 50, which is $300 because I believe we can win.
That's all right. That's 60% of a Ginter Hawk. That's good. Who else? Right here, we got another person, Matthew Pierce.
Matthew Pierce, Iowa City, a quarter of a Ginter Hawk. Because we need Medicare for all. That all Black Lives Matter, all brown people, indigenous rights, the earth, Mother Earth needs us. Let's do it.
Debbie Bunker wants to say, hey, Debbie Bunker, right here. Right there, right there.
Hi, I'm Debbie Bunk from Ames, and I am a $25 a month sustaining member, and I gave a little donation today, and I just want to tell people, doesn't matter how much you can give, it's important to give, and together the sum is greater. So everybody, whether you can give $5 or $500, please give.
Thank you, Debbie. Right here.
Okay, I'm Alice Bryan, and in honor of all the new people that came today for the very first time and gave money, I gave half a Ginter.
Thank you, Alice. Right here.
I'm Taylor Nelson. I'm giving $20 to push this revolution forward.
Thank you.
Marita Jacobs.
Thank you very much. Right there.
I'm Marita Jacobs, and I am a third-generation Iowan citizen, and I increased my monthly donation this year and gave them the back pay for the 7 months that I missed. So, yeah, all right.
Thank you. We got time for like 2 or 3 other folks to get on the mic, and then everybody, if we have not collected your money, you got to pass it down to the ushers.
Hey everyone, I'm Jordan Lucart. I actually work as a fundraiser for my day job, so I'm giving $15 a month to CCI because fundraising's tough, and I empathize with you guys.
Who else? Right there.
Okay, Bob Ferguson representing Fairfield. $250 today, $50 a month.
Thank you. We got time for 2 more. Right there.
I gave $30 because I wanted to become a member.
Thank you.
Be part of you.
Thank you, Ed. We got
Thank
time
you,
for
Ed.
one more. One more. I mean, one more testimonial, but keep passing your checks and stuff in. Yeah, keep passing that stuff over.
Stand up.
One more testimonial.
I'm Mike Carberry from the People's Republic of Johnson County. Iowa CCI never shuts up, neither do I.
No, yeah.
Last night, Hugh said to give till it hurts a little. I say give till it feels good.
There you go. Right there. All right, this is the last one right there. Witness, stand up. Witness.
Thank you. We gave money today because change looks like us, and change looks like me, a 5'3" Asian American woman.
Thank you, everybody.
Hey,
By the way, staff, stay in the rows, and if you have not, all right, one more. That's it.
I'm Catherine Lyons from Des Moines. I gave $20 because I have a teacher-funded classroom, not a government-funded classroom.
Thank you. Keep passing your rows over. I'm going to introduce Keogh, Pootie Keogh, and then he's going to get the real Bernie. We're going to take cardboard Bernie off. Thank you.
Good afternoon, fellow citizens, activists, and progressive leaders. My name is Pudasak Gelpasut, and I'm a resident here in Des Moines, Iowa. It is my great honor to be introducing someone who has not only changed my life, but has changed America. In spring of 2015, several candidates had announced their run for president. Some of them I was familiar with, others not so much. One of those unfamiliar candidates was the independent senator from Vermont, Bernie Sanders. The mainstream media labeled him elderly, radical, socialist, and idealistic. I said to myself, interesting. But what does he stand for? What is he going to do for the American people, like you and me? At that time, I, like many others in the country, were skeptical about what political leaders had to say about improving the lives of Americans. But Bernie was different. In my opinion, Bernie Sanders is someone who changed the political landscape in America forever. Bernie Sanders spoke truth to power. Bernie Sanders brought to light the corruption in Washington that affects all of our lives. He highlighted the system in which political leaders receive endless amounts of dark money from powerful special interests and prioritize the voices of their donors over the voices of the American people. He highlighted how income inequality is out of control. Student debt is out of control. Racial discrimination to our Black, Latino, Muslim, and Native American brothers and sisters is out of control. And the dawning threat of global climate change is an issue no living human being can ignore. Bernie Sanders is a leader that echoes the needs and concerns of the American people, not the powerful special interests that dominate our economic and political life. Bernie Sanders has changed my life for the better. Before Bernie, I was a front desk clerk at one of the most extravagant hotels in downtown Des Moines, making low wages, saddled with student debt, and with no hope for a positive future in America. Now I'm a proud public employee with a living wage and a proud union member. Bernie Sanders has not only changed my life with his relentless passion for progressive change, but he has also led me to a network of other like-minded people. Iowa CCI Action is a big part of that network. CCI Action fights for many of the same values Bernie has. We believe in a living wage of $15 an hour. We believe that health care is a human right. And we believe that political leaders must always place people before profit, people before politics, and people before pollution. Through that journey, I have met a community in which we know when we come together, nothing is impossible. When we come together as a nation, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. And that's why we're all here today. We're all here. We know that 1% politicians will never bring the change this country desperately needs. It must be demanded from the people, like you and me. It must come from the bottom up. When I say stand up, you say fight back. Stand up! Stand up! Stand up! Stand up! Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor of introducing Senator Bernie Sanders.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, let me thank all of you for coming out. Let me thank all of you for your determination to revitalize American democracy. Let me thank all of you for your efforts to create a government in America and state by state which represents all of the people and not just the 1%. Now, I would thank Pooty for that very generous introduction, but he gave away my whole speech. Thanks a lot, Pooty. But I'll try. And let me also take this opportunity to thank the people of Iowa. For over a year, I spent a lot of time in this beautiful state. And I did the kind of politics that I love to do, and that is we did well over 100 town meetings, and we met with tens of thousands of Iowans in your largest cities and in your smallest towns. And I just want to thank all of you for your hospitality and your kindness, and many of you for the support that you gave me. Thank you very much. You know, during the campaign, I talked a whole lot about what I believe is absolutely essential for us to bring about in this country, and that is a political revolution. And that is exactly what CCI has been doing in this state for many decades. What you have been doing is bringing people from different walks of life together, urban, rural, black and white and Latino, and bringing folks together to address and solve the major problems facing this beautiful state. When low-income people in Waterloo and Clarksville did not have access to decent quality primary health care, CCI fought to establish the People's Community Health Clinic to provide affordable care to everyone who walks through the door. And at a time when primary health care is in disastrous shape throughout this country, that is a major achievement. When family farmers were struggling with a severe financial crisis in the 1980s, CCI helped over 1,200 small and mid-sized farms obtain the credit they desperately needed to stay in business. Our job is to fight for family farmers and take on corporate agriculture. Thank you for what you're doing. When predatory mortgage lenders were ripping off homeowners in Iowa, CCI changed the way they did business and helped recover over $5 million in assets for Iowa's families. Thank you, CCI. And maybe most importantly, when people in this room, in this state, in Vermont and all over this country understand that we cannot continue a political system in which billionaires buy elections, CCI has led the effort in this state to get big money out of politics by moving to public financing of elections. So what you are doing here in Iowa is in many states a model for what we have got to do in terms of grassroots politics all over this country. I don't have to tell anybody here that we are in a pivotal moment in American history, and to be honest with you, nobody is quite sure the direction in which this country will go in the future. On one hand, if we do not get our act together, if people all over this country do not stand up and fight back the way you are, there is a real likelihood that the trend toward oligarchy will only intensify. the trend toward having a handful of billionaire families with unlimited resources controlling our political process will only get worse. The trend toward a handful of conglomerates owning and controlling our economy will only get worse. And what our job is, and I know you are working on that, is to create a vibrant democracy where one person, one vote is what dominates the political system, not billionaires buying elections. All of you are aware that one of the worst Supreme Court decisions in the history of our country, the 5-4 decision on Citizens United, has laid the foundation for the undermining of American democracy by saying to the Koch brothers and Sheldon Adelson and other billionaires, you can spend as much money as you want in order to buy candidates who will represent the wealthy and the powerful. And what we are saying together is that is not what brave men and women fought and died for in the fight to maintain American democracy. American democracy is not the Koch brothers buying elections. It is ordinary Americans determining the future of this country. But the struggle that we are facing in order to create a vibrant democracy is not only this disastrous Supreme Court decision on Citizens United. It's not just billionaires buying elections. It is governors all over this country, Republican governors, cowardly governors, who don't have the guts to run for office based on their ideas, but who are attempting to suppress the vote to keep low-income people or people of color or working people or older people from participating in the political process. You know, in a democracy, people have differences of opinion, and that's a good thing, and we should respect that. And if some Republican wants to run for office talking about giving tax breaks to billionaires and cutting Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid and education, that is his or her prerogative. Run for office on those ideas. See how many votes you get. But don't run for office by helping to suppress the vote and make it harder for people who will vote against you to participate in the political process. If you can't run for office based on your ideas, then get out of politics and get another job. Right now, in state after state and in Washington, we're hearing that we need massive types of restrictions, voter IDs of all kinds, to keep people from voting. We hear a president of the United States saying something that is absolutely untrue. No Democratic election official, no Republican election official agrees with him when he says 3 to 5 million people in the last election voted illegally. That is an absolute lie. And all of that stuff, all of that is about nothing more than encouraging state officials all over this country to suppress the vote. We will not accept that. We believe in democracy. Our job together is to bring more people into the political process, not fewer. We recognize that in the United States today, we have one of the lowest voter turnout rates of any major country on earth. In the midterm elections in 2014, all of 37% of the American people voted. Young people did not vote in any kind of numbers. Poor people did not vote. We are going to fight for a vibrant American democracy where the doors of that democracy are wide open. We want more and more people into that process, not fewer. And instead of figuring out ways to make it harder for people to vote, we need to have automatic voter registration. When you're 18, we must also restore voting rights to people who have lost those rights. Many states take away the right to vote from convicted felons and do not restore that right even after those people have paid their debt to society. And in my view, that's wrong. After you pay your debt, you cannot lose your democratic rights as an American. Let's restore those rights. Our view of democracy is not just billionaires not being able to buy elections, is that we cannot have super PACs and other type of PACs where people can put unlimited sums of money into the political process without even revealing who they are. And I want to congratulate you here in Iowa because we have got to do it nationally. We need public funding of elections. No more super PACs. You know, the truth is that democracy is a very radical idea, and it's rather new to human history. 100 years ago, 150 years ago, the belief was that we have kings and czars and very powerful people, the heads of countries, who had the divine right to rule, to determine whether people went to war, what taxes people paid. But all over the world and in our country, people said, no, we're going to end the rule of the few and replace it with the rule of the many. And I don't have to tell anybody here that the fight for democracy in this country has been a very difficult one from day one. We have had many, many ups and downs in that struggle. When this country was first founded, needless to say, African Americans were not voting. They were held in chains. Women were not voting. They were second-class citizens. Poor whites who weren't landowners were not voting. But over the years, the essential struggle in this country was to create a democracy in which all people had the right to participate. Not so many years ago, during the war in Vietnam, people said, we're sending young people over to a war to fight and get killed, but they didn't even have the right to vote on whether that war was a good idea or not. And the voting age was lowered from 21 to 18. So throughout our history, what the struggle has been about is to create a true democracy where all of our people, regardless of their income, regardless of their gender, regardless of the color of their skin, all people could help determine the future of our nation. But right now, I have to tell you that in many respects, our democracy is facing enormous challenges. Not only as a result of Citizens United, not only as a result of gerrymandering, not only as a result of voter suppression, but all over this country, people are giving up on the political process. Just 37% of American people today can name their own member of Congress. Most people don't know the name, the political party of their member of Congress. Only 25% of Americans can name all three branches of government, and nearly a third of Americans cannot name any of the three branches. In 2014, over one-third of voters did not know which party controlled the U.S. House or the U.S. Senate. On average, the American people believe that we spend 31% of our federal budget on foreign aid. We spend 1% of our budget on foreign aid. In other words, what we need to do, and this is no small undertaking, is to revitalize American democracy, get people involved in the political process, have an agenda which speaks to the issues that impact them, and then work together to resolve those problems. Now, this is easier said than done. Easier said than done. Because a lot of people, you go knocking on somebody's door and say, don't bother me. I don't want to get involved in politics. They're all crooks. Doesn't matter what I feel. Nobody pays attention to my needs. I'm working 2 or 3 jobs. Kid can't afford to go to college. I'm worried about my mother who's in a nursing home. Who cares? Who's worried about me? And what the political revolution is about is, in fact, creating a nation in which we are worried and fighting for the needs of working families, not just billionaires who want more tax breaks. Now, this is hard stuff. This is admittedly very, very hard to make people believe that their needs can be addressed, that if they become involved in the political process and elect people at the local, state, national level, that in fact we can address the concerns that they have. Because the whole world, the entire establishment, the media, everybody else, is basically telling people, don't get involved, don't be ridiculous, you are powerless, big money controls what's going on, why are you wasting your time, why are you coming to a meeting today on a Saturday afternoon? You can't do anything, the system is rigged, give it up. But we are saying that we love this country, and we are going to fight for an American democracy that will make future generations proud. And this is tough. This is tough stuff. This is not easy stuff, and it's not going to be resolved in a day. But I know that all of you here in CCI are committed to making that happen. Now, I want to say a word to the people here in Iowa who voted for Donald Trump. When Donald Trump ran for president, he told the people of Iowa, he told the people of Vermont, told the people of this country that he was going to stand up for the working class of this country, that he was going to take on the establishment, that he was going to take on Wall Street, he was going to take on the pharmaceutical industry, he was going to provide health care for everybody. And I'm sorry to have to tell you this. I'm sorry to have to tell you what I know an increasing number of Americans understand. and that is Donald Trump lied. He said he was going to take on the establishment, but he has brought more billionaires into his administration than any president in the history of this country. He said that he was very concerned about what Wall Street was doing to America, and yet he has brought in the president of Goldman Sachs to be his chief economic advisor. And I want to tell you something that I am working on night and day right now, and I'm very, very worried about. Trump told the people of Iowa that he was going to stand with the working class of this state and the working class of America, but he is currently supporting the most anti-working class legislation ever presented in the modern history of this country, a disastrous health care bill which will come before the Senate, I believe, on Tuesday or Wednesday. Now, President Trump, don't tell and drug companies and taking away health insurance from people who have cancer, heart disease, and diabetes. That is not what this country is supposed to be about. And to all of those people in Iowa and Vermont, throughout this country, who have pre-existing conditions, and there are millions of them, they are staying up nights and worrying, what happens if this Republican bill gets passed? How are they going to be able to get insurance that they can afford? And if the Republican bill is passed, they will not be able to get the insurance that they need and can afford. And let me tell you the politics of what's going on right now. There are 52 Republicans, 48 of us in the Democratic caucus. The Republicans will need 50 votes in order to pass this horrific legislation, because the Vice President will then cast the tie-breaking vote. Right now, 2 Republicans have said, for different reasons, that they will oppose what we call the motion to proceed. 2 Republicans. Senator Collins of Maine for the right reasons, Senator Paul of Kentucky because he thinks this bill did not go far enough, but will take his no vote nonetheless. Which means that right now we need 1 more Republican vote. And I say to Senator Grassley and Senator Ernst, please take a hard look at what this disastrous legislation will do to the people of Iowa and the people of America. And I say to them, I beg of them, please vote no on this legislation. It is not widely known. It is not widely known. People think, well, Medicaid is just a health insurance program for lower income people. Please understand that Medicaid pays about 2/3 of the funding for those people who are in nursing homes. All right? So I say to the people of Iowa, and I've said to the people of my own state, if you got a mom or dad dealing with Alzheimer's or some other problem and is in a nursing home, what happens when Medicaid is severely cut and those people are forced out of the nursing homes? Who's going to take care of them? What happens to their lives? I say to Senator Grassley and Senator Ernst, please understand that if this legislation goes through, a 60-year-old worker here in Des Moines who makes $40,000 a year could see their health insurance increase from some $4,000 a year today to $8,000, an almost doubling of premiums for older workers. Now, the truth is that all over this country, about half of older workers have almost nothing in the bank as they prepare for retirement. That is a major crisis. And yet this legislation would almost double premiums for older workers here in Iowa. My Republican colleagues talk a whole lot about choice. They love choice. Everybody should have a choice of any insurance program you want. 2.5 million women significance would have numerous hearings and discussions. What do doctors feel as to how this legislation would impact their ability to serve their patients? How do nurses feel about this legislation? How do hospital administrators feel about this legislation? How do advocates for senior citizens or people with disabilities feel about this legislation? This legislation is so bad that the Republicans have refused to hold one public hearing, and all of their deliberations are behind closed doors. That's how bad this legislation is. And I say to Senators Grassley and Ernst, if you don't believe me, then why don't you listen to virtually every major healthcare organization in this country, all of whom oppose this legislation. You have the AARP, the largest senior group in America, saying this legislation will be a disaster for seniors and older workers. You have the American Medical Association, the doctors who treat us. They say this legislation is a disaster. You have the American Hospital Association worried to death that if this legislation passes, rural hospitals all over America will shut down. You have the American Cancer Society opposing it, the American Academy of Family Physicians, the American Heart Association, the Catholic Health Association. Which is even deeper than the healthcare crisis, and that is the role that big money plays in American politics today. Brothers and sisters, our job is not only to defeat this disastrous
All right, everybody. I am very sorry, but it looks like our LiveView solo unit has stopped working. It's been going strong for us for almost 2 years, and it's a little mobile unit that does our upstream, and we're having power problems with it right now. That's why the power was cut on and off, and it looks like I'm going to have to get a new one. Just like the CCI Action Fund, we are a volunteer organization that are supported by donations as well. So I know there are a lot of people right now that are looking forward to this. We're looking forward to this, and I apologize to the more than 220 of you that were here. Hopefully we'll have this recorded completely. Scott Glinda's should be recording that live there with the camera, and we'll put that up for you to view later on. It'll be the full Bernie interview, and there's a QA session that was going to happen afterwards. I apologize to Iowa CCI Action Fund and Our Revolution and everybody else who was counting on this stream. And technology, and it looks like we're going to have to invest in some new technology if we're going to keep this revolution going. We're going to go out with The Fire Is Ours. Even though our LiveView solo died, that really has very little to do with the fire and power of the revolution, and we're doing it, and we just need to keep going. And so we will see you next time. I know Bernie will continue to do rallies and events around the country. He said 2020 wasn't off the table, and I think he's in campaign mode already. So thank you all for being here. Thank you so much for your donations, your generosity, your time, and we will keep on going. Now, help get the new LiveView unit. Here's Makana. The Fire Is Ours.
I've been lied to, misled, built about what they said, lifted only to be let down. I've been taken for a ride, given power to decide, only to find out I was wrong. But I learned to tell the walls are fake, from the few really fit to run. Just follow the money they've been taking, and the truth will shine like the sun. I'm so tired of lies now, babe. Don't wanna compromise, no way. And I feel the burn for someone who can't be bought, to back the man who's fought for the people of America. Agenda, who's the biggest spender, party personality. Soundbite, get it right, entertain him, it's a fight. Pick the one who most looks like me. Don't speak of any real solutions, it's the shock appeal they're looking for. Don't criticize the institution, but I can't take it anymore. Aren't you tired of life? Somebody's talking at your heartstrings, saying what you want to hear, but they're just a pawn to the real king, playing upon your fear. The love of power is a puppet string, but can't control the love we bring. The fire is out, the hour is now, the tide is set to turn. apart.